Hey everybody, welcome into another stream where we're just kind of going back through what we haven't collected and getting those all on the one character for future lore content. So this will pretty much just be me finishing off getting the Aldrich Faithful Covenant, and then I was just looking through my rings to make sure that I had everything. That's pretty much all we need for this cycle of the new game plus. So I think we only needed like 3 or 4 dregs. And I think I'm all current on my rings, except for the ones that are covenant bound, so we should get those pretty quickly, hopefully. And Nymphalis, welcome back to the stream. Tetsuo as well. You're early then? Yeah, we just started, so you didn't miss anything today. And Ascension, always nice to see you. So, where are we gonna go? No, that's... I saw the little icon for the like candelabra type thing. So I thought Cathedral of the Deep when it's really Anne Orlando where we play Aldrich. I hope everybody's doing well. This will probably end up being like the last Dark Souls 3 stream. The last dedicated one probably, because we're almost done collecting everything. So Emlyn, thank you for the good luck on the stream. And in case you guys missed the news somehow, I am going to begin a... Oh, wait. We're going to begin a playthrough of Dark Souls Remastered starting on Monday, tomorrow actually, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, I've played through Dark Souls 1 maybe a little bit more than Dark Souls 3 up until this playthrough. Maybe that's not true. Well, maybe it is, because I did like Platinum it a few months ago. Or like the equivalent on Steam, whatever you want to call that. So I should be a little bit more familiar with like some of the things, but I still wouldn't call like my knowledge like encyclopedic by any means. Nymphalis says you missed the last few Saga Frontier streams because school beat the shit out of you. Sorry to hear that. Tetsuo said your summer vacation has finally started. Yeah, boy. Hope all these months of chewing down books was worth it in the end. So yeah, hopefully you get your grades where you wanted them. I know you were having some pains with trying to deal with physics, but yeah, all I can really say is best of luck there. Well, I haven't played in like a week and I feel like I don't even remember how to play anymore. I should check how many more we need. Okay, 3. Sweet. So that shouldn't take too long. And then we'll go in and turn in all of our Covenant items. I think I might switch to the Firelink set. Just because that's like the cover art character look. Just for the hell of it. Yeah. So you just started an SL1 run on Dark Souls Remastered to get more pain and misery in order to forget the tests. Sounds like a plan, my man. Yeah, I've never done SL1 or BL4 or anything like that. I feel like I don't have the patience for it. I forgot to use my coin. Hey, we got some more dregs. We need. So 2 more? And then we're good to go. Actually had to end up killing the giant in the Undead Settlement, like right before coming on stream, because I didn't have his Hawk Ring. And it makes sense that I never bothered to kill it in my playthroughs. Dang it. Every time we see the white glow now, it's exciting. Merkington, welcome back to the stream. He said, killing the giant makes you so sad. Yeah. I even made the rookie mistake of talking to him for him to say, I help anytime. Well, he helped me get my Hawk Ring So he certainly did help, I suppose. So yeah, in my off time, I have been like going through the different versions of the game, like the languages. I've been looking at the different languages rather. Hey, we need one more. Holy crap! And then yesterday I spent like 2.5 hours just looking at the Mound Maker stuff. It was bothering the crap out of me. Part of the reason why I bring that up is because I just looked at the top left and noticed that I had the Mound Maker Covenant icon. So it just kind of reminded me. And so part of why I was just kind of getting a bit sidetracked, like looking into that for so long, was just because of I was wondering what exactly they meant by like the god shackles with the vertebrae, and I've got a lot to say about that actually. But in addition to that, I was also like looking up the design on the War God shield, which can be picked up like right before the little altar there. So maybe I should talk about that when we get to the altar, or I might just, I mean, probably won't forget about it, but probably isn't cool for me to just bring something up and then just not talk about it, I suppose. Tessa said, sounds like a weird question, but did I play Persona 5 Royale? No, I played a little bit of the original Persona 5, but honestly, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with it, but it just felt a little bit too slow. And, all of the balancing for the relationships just kind of felt too taxing for me, so I just kind of stopped playing it. Not that I meant to. Like, I do want to go back and play it and beat it for myself, but yeah. Katie, you haven't missed much. I just explained that we're just finishing out our Covenant grind here. So now we just need one more dreg, and then that'll be that. So once that's done, we'll go level up all of our Covenants. I think that'll get us the Platinum, actually. And then I'll go to Rosaria, try to rebirth, and show off some of the spells and stuff that we'll get. Hey, we got our last dregs. We did it. Okay. Now we can take off our dangerous helmets. And then go back to the shrine. Or pretty much anywhere. Wait. What? I didn't do all the sunlight stuff? Have I really been miscalculating this badly? I thought we did. No, I forgot about sunlight medals. Well, that one's actually kind of easier to do, I think. So rip my dreams. Well, at least this will give us a bit more content for the stream, I suppose. Yeah, Ascension, for you guys who don't know, is also a streamer, and he played Persona 5 Royale on his stream for like months because it takes so damn long. I think he spent like, what was it, like 140 hours, or was it like 120? It was really long. It was a little bit of a grind, especially if you're trying to like get all the Covenants up to speed. Okay, I see. I need to go back to Lothric Castle to get the sunlight medals. Getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves, but it's all good. I mean, this is a... Actually, it's a little bit ironic that this is going to be the last Covenant that I grind, because that was also the case for me in Dark Souls 1, that the sunlight medals were the last things that I was... the last ones that I leveled up completely. So, we aren't going to... farm sunlight maggots. Close enough. Is this the one we need? Yeah, okay. 150 hours. Took over 3 months at 2 days a week. Alright. Blue Mew, welcome back to the stream. You said back to ye old grind, grim grind? Yeah, drugs are back on the menu, boys. Understandable. In your opinion, you're willing to go through rough pacing just for the 3rd semester arc? Holy crap. That alone made P5R an upgrade for you? So yeah, Persona 5 is cool. It just, I don't know. Between, like, the relationship management wasn't, like, the thing that, like, really broke it for me. Because, I mean, I played, and I think I pretty much platinumed Persona 4 Golden. Or maybe, no, I didn't. I don't remember, but I at least played through it twice and, like, got, you know, the crazy ending. But yeah, going back to, like, the thing with Persona 5 for me, I was more of a fan of, like, the original style of Persona combat, and I didn't like some of the stuff that they brought in. Oh shit, I forgot about that dude. He's just scared the crap out of me. The stuff with the weaknesses, I'm not as big of a fan of it as others, maybe, I guess. Was I too slow with the knights? Either way. Here, hopefully he didn't see me. So, like, once you get to a certain point, like, once you get, like, the really strong physical skills that hit everything, you pretty much just need to heal your party, and, wow, it's almost a full set. Combat wasn't as fun to me as I was hoping it would be, just because of the weakness mechanic that they kind of ported in from Shin Megami Tensei 4. Not to say it's like a bad mechanic, it's just one that I didn't enjoy as much as the more traditional style of JRPG combat. Tessa said, oh yeah, I should actually equip the Covenant thing, shouldn't I? I don't remember if this is automatic. Probably not. Okay. Tetsu says, dreg farming didn't take as long as Farron grass for you. Interesting. For me, like, the Farron grass is just kind of a byproduct of farming the dark wraiths for the ears. So that one, like, I wasn't even trying to farm. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot to use the damn plane. We know if the red-eyed one drops his stuff. Where's the little creep? Damn it. Holy crap, he has almost killed me. Oh, out of stamina. Okay. Oh. Okay. I screwed up. That was just bad on my part. It's only 1,000,000 souls. Okay. That's not mentioning the many side characters you made and deleted. Oh, for your DS3 character was like at 500 hours. Merc says you got sunlight medals by helping over 30 people kill Midir. That totally makes sense. Tessa says sunlight maggots here? No, it's the sunlight maggots you farm in Dark Souls 1 to get the sunlight medals. So that's why I was saying, like, we're not going to actually have to farm those, at least. Because the run to get to those is kind of annoying. And you said you think you can get sunlight medals and pale tongues by killing people with a red sign soapstone, but no other covenant items? Sunlight medals, that's interesting. I just tried to, like, visceral him like it was Bloodborne. Said, think. So maybe if you want to kill you for some medals, you'd be down to help. I'd appreciate that. Can't confirm Lost Izalith made you quit DS1. I didn't really find Izalith like that bad. Like, it's definitely unfinished, but I could totally see why though if you didn't have the ring or know about like the shortcut. I think if I'm loud, this dude will get woken up. Okay, wanted. I literally just tried to parry with a rapier. Oh. Oh. I got too scared. And I didn't even loot the other corpse. Okay. Merc, are you on the PS4? Because I remember the last time I tried to co-op with somebody there on PC, so that screwed things up. It also doesn't help that I'm like trying to farm this stuff on New Game Plus. Oh, well, we were too slow. Oh, yeah, we picked up our stuff. Okay, that's cool. Okay, you are on PS4? Yeah, if you want to try that, we can. Let me switch this stuff around. Oops. I could go ahead and leave my sign right there. I think I'm online still because we saw shadows. Yeah, okay. This is annoying. I meant to kick as well and just hit it. Katie said, dude, you didn't speak English so you wouldn't know how it works. You didn't even upgrade your weapons. Oof, and defeated Ornstein and Smo through co-op. Okay. Oh yeah, I probably should use a password. Going to go with our fight. Oh, he's got... I'll let him farm. He's got a box head. How did that do 2,000? Oh, because of the head. Lag, though. What a gentleman. I was gonna let him get the kill. You also went there from the dark area, so you were already pissed? Yeah. One moment. I guess we're good. Oh yeah. I guess we lost the ember from sucking. Get behind you. Holy crap. Nothing. Put the password on. We'll do with lore. Capital L. Yo, God is spaghetti. How's it going? We should be able to get this one. I forgot to use my damn coin. Uh-oh. Oh. He's got better poise. Oh, got a panic heal. Okay. Can't see through my damn head. Alright, so I guess now is as good as any time to talk about like the Mound Maker stuff. So one of the things that I was looking up was the stuff with like the god shackles and all that. And so, I mean, it is pretty straightforward as far as like the term of in terms of like the translation actually goes. However, I think the term for shackle is more or less like a metaphor which shouldn't be too surprising. And in the case of Dark Souls, it's probably more like a metaphor for life itself. So, the Mound Makers fear... Nice crossbow. Fear being separated from God's shackles, and that means like they're afraid of dying. And so they collect and stack their vertebra shackles because they'll serve as their family, I guess, is what the English says. And that's really not too different from the Japanese. The only thing that I was like trying to find out was damn it. Was if the term for shackle was being used in a different kind of context, or whether or not the term for like mound makers and stacking was used for a specific way. Oh, somebody else has a summon. Summon them in. I guess I could probably just farm this one dude. That'd probably be way faster than trying to kill both of them. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Is he not farming? Yes, he is. Oh, that's you? Okay. Rocking the Slave Knight Gale set. Sweet, okay. Well, now we know. So yeah, I can just summon you then. That'd be just as fast. You thought I was gonna kill you? Yeah, I will. I thought you were just another farmer. I mean, your set confused me a little bit, but it's all good. Yeah. Do that, and so while you get summoned in, I will do it all over again. Hamlet says special guest appearance by Merc Merkington. So I can't do that. Katie says, you believe that Aldia was referring to Undead Curse and Dark Sign as Shackles of Gods or something like that? Oh, yeah, yeah. So I keep getting distracted. So that's true, and the way that I came to that conclusion with it being just like life itself is partially due to what Aldia, Vendrick, and what Vengarl? Vengarl? Who's the other dude? Can't think of it. Agdane. What they say in relation to life. Thank you very much, Merc. Do we not get a medal for that? I don't think so. Alright, let me put down my sign again. I mean, if it doesn't work, it's not the biggest deal. We could just, like, try to co-op stuff. It's a little bit unfortunate that it doesn't seem to be, like, an automatic summon. No, it's all good. Kill him fast? Okay. Where were you? Oh, so you're like over here. So we need to run down. Where's our buddy Merc? It'd be funny if the wyverns could kill him by the bonfire, but just not see you. You farming Covenant items? Yes, we are. And also, welcome to the stream, R7IM. So should we just call you Rim? Oh, there you are? Okay. These online mechanics, man. Thank you, Merc. Okay, so yeah, I do need to be summoned in for that kind of cheese. Okay. We got it first try, and it's Rim, and thanks, happy to be here. Well, I'm happy to have you. So yeah, for some reason, I thought we had already done pretty much all of the other Covenants, which was kind of true. I thought doing the human dregs would be the last, but I noticed at the last moment that we only had 6 sunlight medals, so that was a little bit painful. Oh, interesting, okay. And none of these have dropped their stuff yet, which is a little bit annoying. Oh yeah. It's over here. No backstabs for you, young man, apparently. Rim, you've been enjoying the Bloodborne stuff? Great. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, I do want to get started on some Dark Souls stuff. It's just been taking a little bit longer than I was expecting just because of the amount of research that I'm trying to put into the videos, and also we need the footage. I don't necessarily need Dark Souls 1 stuff quite yet. But it will be relevant, so the next playthrough will be useful. Rim says you don't need PvP for those items. You're totally right. Unfortunately, even with this 500 luck build, we're not getting them like super consistently. And as long as we have somebody who's kind enough like Merc to allow me to farm them, I mean, might as well take that opportunity. Where's our buddy Merc? So is he all the way down at like the other one? Does it really teleport you this far away? Interesting. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then. Especially as to why he ran around. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Merc. What a gentleman, a scholar, a Merc farm, a Mercman. Uh-oh. Run away. That's stamina. Oh, he healed him. Schnikes. Wasn't counting on that at all. Alright, getting summoned anyway. Katie says, you believe helping with others bosses can give you covenant items. You're totally right, especially as a shield bro. Not shield bro, what am I saying? A sunlight bro. Yeah, so this is already way faster than the slow grind. Gank squad, especially with the very punishing Estus stopper. It's a good thing I didn't get hit by that, otherwise it'd put me to sleep. Because I'm a mimic. Merc is a hero. So we still haven't even gotten one from those dudes. I shouldn't be surprised, honestly. Oh yeah, so all the stuff with the the shackles of the gods, I think that's an allusion to life, and it becomes relevant when we look at them because they're trying to collect people for their family, which is kind of a weird topic. I mean, that is kind of what it also says in the Japanese, but there's one slight difference in one of the words where maybe I like slight difference isn't quite right. There's just like a nuance that isn't very easy to convey, I think. Um I would need to look at the item, I think. I'm trying to remember if it's the shackles themselves or if it's the covenant item that talks about it. Poor Gale. Katie says, out of nowhere, but have you heard that Dark Souls wasn't supposed to be the name of the games, but the original was changed, and why is pretty funny, but it involves some not cool stuff? Yeah, I do know about that. So for those who may not know, Dark Souls was originally going to be called Dark Ring, but they chose not to go with that because of certain connotations that it might have. And even in Japanese, the dark sign is just called the Dark Ring. So there is like a little bit of remnants of that in the game. So let me put down the summon sign and then I'll look at the shackles first, I think. Oh, maybe it was Hodrick's dialogue. Where he mentions like the at the altar itself you can pile up your sacrifices. Whereas the Japanese could mean well actually there's a lot of different ways that it could be read, which is kind of a hey, we spawned in right next to him. Why? So he removed his armor. No wonder why we can't get backstabs in PvP. It just is impossible. Thank you once again, Merc. I do appreciate all this. Yeah, let me pull up my notes for Aldrich stuff. Okay, so with the idea of accumulating sacrifices, that's kind of, or well, piling up sacrifices, that's fine. Like the Japanese word for it can mean to like stack or load something. And in addition to that, it can also have the meaning of like accumulating experiences or just accumulating things in general. So that's fine. Yeah, we need to leave our sign, don't we? And what's the word? The term for... Oh, okay, I remember. He says, come here to pile up your victims. That will form your anchor. So that term of anchor is really kind of interesting to me, and I was curious as to what that meant exactly. And the term that they used, it could be read like up to 4 different ways, and it's a little bit unfortunate that there isn't like a Japanese dub for it, so it'd be a lot easier to try to pinpoint his exact terminology that he's using. And with his final things right there, the part about them forming your anchor could be a word that means trying to think of actually how to phrase this. It's like a Buddhist concept called pratyaya, which is apparently an indirect cause for something, so it could be related to fate. So one example of this would be like to grow a plant in English, you'd like plant the seed and that would be like the direct cause. But an indirect cause of the plant growing would be something like the sunlight, rain, and that kind of thing. So I don't necessarily think that definition fits with what Aldrich is saying for it to like form your anchor. But another way to interpret that term would be that it's a kind of connection between things or a relationship, and that is also kind of tied to like fate and destiny. So in addition to that, there is another nuance that can go along with it to mean a person, place, or thing that can be relied upon, and it's very often related to one's actual familial relations, your actual family. So later on, Aldrich does say that they'll become your family, which leads me to believe that the term he's using there was deliberate. And by stacking up the vertebral shackles, you're supposed to form a relationship with all of your kind of sacrifices in the Mound Makers, which is still a bit strange. And part of the reason why was kind of just trying to delve into it deeper was just to understand it for myself, because that's always been one faction that's been a bit strange to me. So I think my personal interpretation of events here would be that by killing people and taking their vertebrae, I don't really think like the sign that the Mound Maker see is terribly important. I tried looking into it. It might be, but I'll talk about that in a moment. I feel like that might be a way to give them a mission or a purpose. And by continuing to kill people, no matter if they're friend or foe, it stops them from going hollow because it gives them that kind of driving purpose in death. So I feel like I don't even want to say like it's clear in Japanese, honestly, but it was easier for me to try to like come to these kind of conclusions after looking at all of the dialogue related to Aldia, Vendrick, even was it Koth or Frampt that say it? No, it's Koth who says it a bit more explicitly. Um, yeah, because it's life drain. So he talks about in Dark Souls 1 that with the skill of life drain, you can release men from the shackles that the gods have placed on them. So even in Dark Souls 1, hey, we got a backstab actually. The idea of the shackles being related to life was a strong possibility, and life in this case would be the kind of form that humans have coming into the world and being undead. And so that does tie into some of Hodrick's dialogue there, where it says, "That's what you mad fools always say, but we'll all be mad soon enough, and should you be undead, well, all the more so. Beware the shackles of the gods are fragile." And then he gives us the Covenant item. So when I was looking at the Japanese, I mean, it's not much clearer, but with this context in mind that life is the shackles that the gods placed upon man, it makes a bit more sense because he says, like, that's right, isn't it? All mad men say the same thing, you know. That's right, men go mad, even more so if they become unable to die. So that kind of links the idea that dying and being brought back is related to the idea of going mad and going hollow. And then he says, since the shackle of God is an unexpectedly fragile thing. So to me, it seems like Hodrick is saying that like life itself, as the shackle of the gods made it, is fragile. Which kind of makes a lot of sense. And so the more you die, the more fragile your mind becomes as you become more and more hollow, is the way that I take it. And then after that, he's like, well then, here's a gift. When you go mad, you should etch this into your heart. Then in this place, you may accumulate sacrifices and connect with them. And you'll understand if you're mad, because they'll become your family. So altogether, I don't think that's very, very straightforward on its own, but I feel like with all this extra context, it at least makes more sense to me. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's kind of what's working for me right now. But I might make a video about just that topic later on. And that'll tie into the Covenant reward that we can get from them. Wait, where are we? Hey, we got 2 actually in a row. Thank you, Merc. Appreciate you. Our poor Hollow Boris. Mark says, it's cool though, you don't even need to ember. I had his clothes off, a way to anchor your soul to your body. Katie said, you heard that even earlier was supposed to be called Dark Rays? That was changed due to... Oh, Dark Race. But that was due to, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The only one that I heard of was Dark Ring. And when we look at, like, Elden Ring, it seems like he's pretty stuck on that idea of just, like, rings in general. Merc says, you like to think that hollowing is a meta reference where players who die so many times they quit the game go hollow. Yeah, that's kind of my headcanon as to what happens if a player quits the game and they rage quit, they just go hollow. And it says, you think it sort of links consciousness to the souls and real human form as the soul. So yeah, and with humans' forms being related to the soul, I mean, we could say it's more related to darkness and the dark soul. So with Koth saying, like, by teaching us the art of life drain, it'll allow us to free men from the shackles of the gods. I think what he's saying is, like, if you release the humanity from within people, they'll be released from their bodies, and so they'll kind of, you know, go back to the natural form of, like, a humanity sprite. I do believe that is what Aldrich was talking about in Dark Souls 2. And I think Agdane talks about it briefly. Or Vendrick does. Definitely Aldrich and Vendrick. Grim says, how about something about the ending when we kill Gale and get the blood, and what does it mean? You didn't get it at all since it doesn't make sense why they get a Dark Soul blood. So I have been looking into quite a few things related to like darkness and the souls. So even in Dark Souls 2, there's a very clear link between souls and blood with Nar Alma, like the blood god. With some of those spells, like the more blood you shed, the more HP you'll get back. And there is at least that connection in Dark Souls 2. I'm trying to remember what other blood connections there were. I need to pull up my other notes for that. Yeah, I haven't found it just yet. I am like double checking my notes. Poor Boris. Getting killed by his little hollow friend. Maybe it's not in this set of notes. At the very least, it ties into like willpower mapping into things. One moment. Oh yeah, I actually need to put down my sign. Are we? We'll just put it there. Sorry, Merc, it's in a different spot. Okay, in Dark Souls 2, some dark hexes turn souls into HP in the form of resonant flesh. And they're also manifestations of human emotions and willpower. And Dark Dance turns souls into dregs. Oh, so that's just... never mind. Random note. So yeah, I'll answer Rim's question a bit more straightforward now. I just couldn't remember what the source was in Dark Souls 2 for turning souls into blood or HP. That was kind of a thing even then. So you were saying, what does it mean when we get the blood from Gale? Okay, so I don't know exactly how true this is, but one of the more difficult parts of trying to read Japanese is determining if something is a noun modifying another noun or a possession of another noun. So, for example, when we look at like the blood of the dark soul, I guess the term actually wasn't used super consistently in Japanese, so it could be like Yami no Soru no Chi, so like the dark soul's blood, or a dark soul blood, which I think is probably the more likely reading. So I don't necessarily think you're literally like getting blood from the soul. I feel like it's more like blood that it's been infused with souls, if that makes more sense. So when Gale went to the Ringed City to try to take the Dark Soul away from the Pygmies, or actually, I think he wasn't in search of the Dark Soul initially. I think he was more or less just in search of blood that can serve as a pigment for the painted world. But the Pygmies' blood had already gone dry, according to him, so he couldn't use their blood for his ingredients for the painter's painting. This is an interesting spot. Okay. The Winged Knight. Our poor onion friend. Rim said, also I put on the discovery gear when you get the item 100% from invading. I mean, at this point, it's not, like, hurting me. Oh, I mean, other than, you know, it literally hurting me. I'm not too worried about it, I guess. Just because I'm lazy and I haven't switched it mostly. Also, it's kind of funny just having the Mimic Head. That's really the main reason. So yeah, with Gale, he tried to get the pigment, the blood from the Pygmies, but he couldn't. So instead, he took their souls and he took the souls that they had into himself, knowing full well that it would kind of lead to his ruin. So he pretty much made his own blood a suitable replacement for the Painter Girl, is the way that I take it. So yeah, that took me a really long time to try to come to terms with, but it does kind of make sense. It's just not super straightforward, I think, when you look at the rest of Dark Souls. Like, with humanity being a separate thing, it doesn't exactly just feel like blood coming back into you, so... How many do we have now? 21, okay. Katie said, it's supposed to be a pigment for the girl's painting, and since the world would have humanity at its core, it could be better than the already existing one, which is branded by gods and light. And Katie says, you think that girl says explicitly that she wants a dark soul for pigment no matter if it's safe? No matter its state. Renegade Madrid, welcome to the stream. That's an interesting name. With the Madrid, I would expect it to be like Renegade. But yeah, we need to put down our sign again. So we've just been farming some Covenant stuff and talking a bit of the lore in relation to all that. So I think that was all I wanted to talk about with the Mound Makers for now. And then we just talked about the blood of the Dark Soul. And to be fair, like, with my interpretation that it could be more like Dark Soul blood, and not necessarily like literally blood from a soul, but more like blood that's been infused with Dark Souls, that could still be wrong. Just want to be clear there. Alright, so if you guys have any more questions about that, let me know. I'm pretty sure that's it with the Covenant thing there. Oh, okay, no, I did forget one thing. Well, that'll make more sense once we actually, like, turn in the Covenant items, though. So I'll probably just leave that for there for the Mound Makers. And then I might just hit those ones up first. I'm gonna go this way. Our poor mushroom friend. So I guess going back to the symbol. Oh yeah, I could talk about the symbol on the Covenant or the Mound Makers. So looking at the Mound Maker vertebra itself, it's got that kind of symbol on it where it almost looks like two hands doing a Naruto jutsu type sign. We can find this symbol on the statue of the goddess Velka. I don't remember if you could actually see it in game, but it's pretty clear from the concept art. Actually, I'll look that up. So after I do this, I will pull that up in a second. Out of stamina. Beach balled. Alright, so I think this is the button I need to press. Okay, sweet. So this is the kind of a symbol that we could see on Velka's locket. So if we flip it upside down, it does kind of resemble it. Although when it's zoomed in like this, I don't think maybe not as much. So maybe that isn't it after all. Which, I mean, that'd be kind of fine by me. It doesn't bother me if it is or it isn't. It's just the closest one that I've seen other than what we do find on the War God shield here. So hopefully you guys saw that right then. Let me pull up the War God shield. Got a lot of spare shields now. Don't remember where. Oh, here it is. Way too dark. Okay, so I'm gonna need to go up by the light. So when we look at this symbol, it might be what's in the vertebra shackle, because this War God wooden shield is right next to the Mound Maker Covenant altar, I guess. And in Dark Souls 2, this was the Lion Clan shield, and it's related to Ferosa, which is the country where they prayed to the war god, Farron, which could potentially be like the Nameless King. I don't necessarily think that's right, but some other ideas I've had in relation to the Nameless King and Ferosa would be that if it isn't the Nameless King or Ferosa, there's also the possibility of the Mound Makers kind of taking inspiration from Vengarl or another kind of mad deity. Yeah, it's pretty much just like the Lion Clan in Dark Souls 2 that has like the most direct connection to the War God stuff. And so I was trying to like look into the Lion Clan, but I really didn't find much. So, oh well. Merc says, "Hot damn, that's a lot of shields." Yeah, that's what we get for farming for the catacombs and in Anor Londo manually. So this would have taken much, much, much longer if we didn't have our good buddy Merc helping us out. Because I still haven't even gotten like one of those sunlight shield sunlight medals from the normal mobs. Now that I've kind of just stopped just because of how quick summoning is. This is actually working out a lot faster than I would have expected. Someone says it's on the night starting shield. Is it? What is the knight starting shield? And Merc, if you need to farm something, let me know. I'm more than willing to help you out for helping me out. So yeah, in addition to just looking at all of the language stuff between the mound makers, I was doing a real deep dive into the symbolism and trying to figure that out. And most of it is pretty inconclusive, actually. So it's kind of annoying, but I don't really think too many people have like a really good direct answer as to why the mound makers are what they are. Merc says, unfortunately, all you need is proof of Concord kept, so you're on your own. Thanks a bunch, though. No problem, man. Good luck with that. When I was farming those, I was watching like a bunch of lore stuff on stream, so I'd recommend just having something else going on in the background because that'll kind of ease things through, especially if you're not using like a legitimate luck build. I also like Miyazaki's story of like how he got the praise the sun gesture put into the game. Pretty much just snuck it in there. Or like him having the idea to put it in when they got summoned. Felt like that was a really smart move. It was like, when else would they use it? It's one of those things to me that's just like super Japanese. It's like how the Power Rangers have their kind of poses. I think it's just called the Night Shield, but we could check. That's fast. Holy crap. So as far as I know, like that symbol pretty much only appears on the War God wooden shield. Merc says, now that you mention it, the praise the sun reminds you of the Ginyu pose. Yeah. We just need like 5 people doing it in different directions. So I think that pose was Raccoon's? Maybe? No, because he had his leg up. I mean, it's definitely not the same, but it's reminiscent of that to me. So how many more do we need? Okay, like 3. Okay. Technically, it's Praise the Sun and Fable because it's got the YMCA emotes. Yeah. Definitely the Y for the YMCA. I'm a mimic. Oh, damn it. I just realized I probably want to get 1 extra for everything. Which I think we mostly do. Maybe not mostly, but... Let me double check. We definitely don't have the vertebra shackle because I wouldn't have farmed an extra one of that, but... One of those, so we're good. We do need one more proof then. And a dreg. Okay. Wait, no, we should get those automatically in New Game Plus. We should at least get one of each thing. I won't worry about the spear ornament. Okay, so maybe I won't worry about it. So I guess before I rebirth, does anyone know... I probably should have done more research into it. Well, I might just, like, rebirth myself again after showing off all the spells. Depends on how many cycles I have. Although I think in the PS4 version you can redo it. Oh yeah, not like redo it, but like glitch it out so you can do it infinitely. Because I honestly don't remember how many times I did it. I might have done it a few times just to like test things out on this character. Although I don't remember if I did that in my first New Game cycle before coming into New Game Plus. Oh, actually, since we got somebody like Merc, maybe we could clone items? Okay, yeah. That might be smart. Although I don't think I have the souls to do it. Like the boss souls. This character, yeah, definitely don't have any of them. Did I put down my mark? No, I didn't. Duh. Because I have one of everything except for the Pale Shade set, Crichton set, and like some of the boss items. Which, I mean, I'd be fine going through like another cycle of New Game Plus, doing more of like a boss rush type thing. Except for Midir. So screw that fight, but... So I think this is the last one. Yeah, okay. Merc is the MVP. Okay, so you can quit out right before you change attributes so you can save the time. Oh, we need more tongues for that. Damn it. How many do we need? We need like, what, 5? How can you say that about your boy Midir? I didn't enjoy the fight, that's all I'll say. I'm sure it's a lot easier with like a magic style build. Because I've heard like the Toxic Mist eats at him. Or is it Pestilent Mist? One of those two. Though, I did remember, it must have been the first time that I played through the DLC, it was on New Game Plus, so that probably contributed to my hatred of Midir my first time through. Let's just do one more if you actually want to fight, Burke. If not, that's totally fine. I'll let you hope what you want. We're going to look at the Night Shield. The Lothric Night Shield, but definitely not it. I don't think there's just a normal Night Shield. He's angry. He's got his claws, his mannequin claws. Oh my. That running style looks so weird. Oh, you don't do any damage to me. Interesting. What level are you, Merc? I'm a little curious. And also, once again, thank you for all of the free farm. I appreciate it a lot. It's definitely made this go by much, much faster. So I guess we could farm the Pale Tongues, or actually, wait, we can probably do that still here, can't we? Let me put this guy down. Change this out to Rosaria. Okay. You're 121, but those claws were +0. Okay, that makes more sense. Is I'm only 132? Yeah, 132. So our level difference isn't enough to like really switch out between us. We need what, 4 of these? Okay. Stephen Guerra says, any good tips on farming Proof of Concord? I mean, my only real tip would be to have something else on in the background. Yeah. The first night, you can just kind of strafe its dodging, or not its dodge, but its super thrust by just walking forward and then slightly to the right. And then that'll get you like a free backstab. And then just try to like chain that up with a few hits and like stagger it. Other than that, like this tip isn't super useful, but don't do it on New Game Plus, because that'll make it take longer. Because that one was definitely a grind, but they didn't feel quite as bad. Wait, no, that's not true. Those ones did feel pretty bad, but like the Pale Tongues were just so easy in comparison with going for like the Farron Swamp stuff. And also just because you could have like the Dark Wraiths fight the monsters there, the Gru, that made it go by a lot faster. For me at least. But yeah, my advice mainly is just like listen to something that you want to listen to, whether that be like lore videos, music, a TV show on in the background. I do recognize that some of that can be a bit of a luxury, but that's what helped me get through it. And to be fair, like streaming also helps just because we had a lot of like chat interaction during those days, which I always appreciate. Oh, telling me to drink. Probably listen to that. What a stand-up guy Merc is. Alright, 2 more, and then we're golden, I think. Steven says, you've been catching up on the old lore throughs a while doing some, actually? Guess you're gonna have to grind it out. So, co-op invasions will help with the Pale Tongues and Sunlight Metals. Any others? Aldrich Faithful, Mound Makers. You can do PvP for those. I actually had to turn off my Aldrich Covenant just because I was honestly being summoned too much. And it ended up just like distracting me. Also, I was using like this crappy luck build, so I was just getting pub stomped essentially. Didn't have the stats to deal with like actual PvPers. Which does remind me, I need to watch like more lore videos just to see what's already out there. Because I'm sure like there's a decent amount of my beliefs that have already been covered by other people, which is fine. I just don't want to go through the trouble of making a video that I don't think is going to contribute something too new. Oh yeah, I'm not in I'm not in the invaded world right now. I can actually get hit by these things. So I might, yeah, it might be smarter for me to save scum before doing all of this covenant stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. We'll save scum, and then go do all of the covenant stuff, and then undo it, and then go into like New Game Plus and kill everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Merc. I appreciate you. Ray G, welcome in. You said, hey bro, super stoked to watch DS1. Sweet. Glad to hear it. So, like I said, I'm not as familiar with Dark Souls 1 as I am Bloodborne. I did Platinum it fairly recently, so it'll be interesting to see like the more stuff in detail again, especially now since I've been like doing more of these deep dives into the games. Although I feel like Dark Souls 1 is kind of straightforward in comparison to many of the others. Okay, 35. That should be enough. So we'll pour it out to Rosaria's Covenant place. Actually, let's equip everything differently. Go with the Spiral Sword, whatever it's called. Firelink Sword? Firelink Greatsword. Holy crap. I need to sell some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, let's just go to the shrine first, and then we'll figure it out from there. Emlyn says to Merc, was your character called the Bronze Sagittarius? What? Mortis says Protag needs to suffer more from lore videos, you see? Yeah, a little bit. Alright, let's sell a bunch of stuff. Is there not like a faster way to do this? Just keep 2 of those, I guess. The 2 broadswords. OGs. Should have a decent amount of them. We'll have a lot of those, actually. Merc says no, it's Boris Sagrantino. Someone says your mistake. So we'll get rid of a bunch of these. Vagamensch, welcome back to the stream. You said, hello all, hope you're doing well. You're super looking forward to the DS Remaster streams. Sweet. Glad to hear it. The nice thing about at least going back to Dark Souls Remastered will be that I don't have to feel crippled by not knowing about Dark Souls 2. Not that I actually feel like crippled by it, but they do bring up some interesting things that I just don't know as much about. Oh yeah, I should probably turn off the online before doing all that stuff in case ghosts or these messages pop up for the purposes of footage. Can get rid of one of these. Katie says you'll have enough souls to provide a healthy living for an entire undead settlement. Yeah, at least for a month. Morty says DS2 will always follow you. You can't hide from it? Oh, I can hide. We got the hide rune in Saga Frontier, remember? You can hide. You can have a bunch of these guilds. Bogman says, so what's going on tonight in DS3? And are you done with Frontier? Yes. So we're done with Saga Frontier. I might make like a review video later on. I might do some more stuff like off stream. But it's a little bit hard to balance my time between like everything. So that might take a bit longer than I might initially have thought. But so today we're just finishing off with all of the covenants that we've been grinding. So Merc Merkington was very kind enough to help us out with finishing off with the sunlight metal stuff, because I completely forgot about it for a moment. And now we'll turn in all that stuff, and then I'll probably like rebirth myself and show off all the spells. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, because I'll save scum before I do that, and then go into the new game plus cycle with all of that stuff intact. So right now I'm just kind of cleaning up the inventory from all of the farming that we did. So I don't mind having like 2 of everything, just not like 20. We should have a lot of these actually, yeah. Mortis says, shamefully you haven't watched the Saga Frontier streams? Oh, don't worry about it, man. If they're not your thing, that's fine, I understand. It's just a game that I enjoy quite a bit. So that's... I have a lot of these. Somebody's soul is probably dying right now for me like getting rid of all this stuff. It's a little bit rare. You're not on a luck build. Said, oh god, the dragon scale grinding in Dark Souls 1 is going to be fun. You really got to just do PvP grinding to make it less boring. I'm not worried about grinding in Dark Souls 1. I've already gotten all of the achievements unlocked on the Steam Prepare to Die edition. So I just haven't like platinumed Dark Souls 3, and I wanted to get the footage of some of the Covenant spells, as well as just having them in the inventory, I guess. And I'll keep these. So why not? Mortis did the PvP grind on your Nintendo Switch character. It was really fun. It'll actually be pretty interesting going back into Dark Souls 1, if for no other reason than like being able to actually do PvP. Or like online stuff, because Prepared to Die Edition doesn't have a lot of that audience so much anymore. The Switch port of DS1 is good, but the audio quality is really bad. That sucks. I do like a lot of the audio quality for these kind of games. I feel like they did put in a lot of work. I don't remember how good Dark Souls 1 is. I mean, you know, Vamos is totally meme tier legend, but meme legend tier, I guess. Legendary meme tier, there we go. Syntax. But Dark Souls 3 is really good, as well as Bloodborne. The sound fidelity on those games is amazing. I really feel bad for the people who didn't like end up playing these games with like headphones in. I guess like that might be like a bit too strong. Like I don't actually feel like really bad. It's just like they're definitely missing out in my opinion. Because these all look so similar, I have to pay way more attention. Vamos on the Switch might as well be garbled nonsense. The Switch audio sounds how 360p looks. Steven says, DS1 doing a lore through or something different? So it'll be a bit of a lore through, mostly to get footage again, kind of like with Dark Souls 3. But I can't imagine I wouldn't talk about lore as we go through. And I can't also imagine chat themselves couldn't talk about lore as we went through. I feel like I'm starting to close in on the point where I could make more concentrated videos, but going through the 3 different games is languages has really slowed things down quite a bit. Also, not only that, just trying to like keep all of those details in the brain and then be able to talk about them competently. And also trying to know like what hasn't already been talked about is a bit challenging, I suppose. So as I've been like going through the games and the languages, I've been keeping a little bit of notes of what I can talk about, and then once I finish like with those notes, I'll need to like go search to see if people have brought them up in some context before. And it won't be like the end of the world if I do cover something that somebody else had already touched upon, but I'd rather add to it meaningfully rather than just like making more videos for the sake of more videos. Got a lot of these. Okay. Bogman says, you'll lurk a little today as you're playing Monster Hunter World in the background on PS4. It's a nice change of pace after BB. Well, good luck with your Monster Hunter World farming. He says, hey, you talking shit on your boy Vamos in his angelic voice. We're not talking poop. We're just saying that he's legendary. Someone says, how much are you allowed to point out Saints references? I mean, honestly, probably not a ton. Like, I'm not against it, but I don't really think many people can connect to it. If you have something that you can explain very well as to why you think it fits, I mean, you're able to do so, but I honestly believe like it's in your own best interest to kind of like make up more of those detailed videos for yourself. Because I know that you have the one, but just without... Ooh, dang it. Those are the Archdeacon ones. Well, at least I saved one. That was almost a big whoops. Yeah, it'll probably just serve you better if you make like a bigger video where you can talk about those in more depth. Because for those of us who don't know about Saint Seiya, we can't really connect with what you're talking about too directly.
Ashen one. Huh.
So now we're going to equip the Firelink set. It'll be down here. Now I'm all confused. I thought all these things. Gotta be over here. Okay. Like the videos you showed me the other day, like I honestly had no idea what to think of them. Like it doesn't seem directly connected to me at all, but if you have more context to explain it, I mean, that might help your case, but I mean, if somebody also asks you, you're more than welcome to like reply to them. Stuff. Looks kind of goofy on the player character, to be honest. Actually, I think this is the shield on the cover as well. Ireland Greatsword, that's going to be down here. What do we need? Oh, 20 strength. Okay. This character's in goober mode. So I'll save out and then reload back in. Dang, I really don't like how this ends up looking on the player. I mean, the sword looks cool with the embered state, but... Okay. Mortis says, can't wait for the Demon Souls lore through in 10,000 years. Man, I still need the PS5. Actually, you still need to get those last two weapons till you got all the items yourself. Let's upload our data. Alright. So he definitely isn't wielding the Lothric Great. What am I saying? He's not wielding the Firelink Greatsword. It almost looks like the Lothric Straightsword. So I might just switch out to that, just for the hell of it. Oh yeah, and then I actually need to record. We're gonna go through this. That's a bastard sword? Okay, thank you for letting me know. So I think it's Dark Souls 1 where they have the what's it called? The Dragon Crest shield on the cover art with the Elite Knight set. Alright, so now we have our canonically accurate armor on. Oh yeah, then let's turn off internet stuff as well as our HUD. Okay, so now we should be good to go. So we've gotten all of these, all of those, all of those. That good. Not so good, but that's DLC and I'm not too worried about that. That's just for that specific covenant. Although I've already gotten the first rank at least. Okay, so let's go do the Mound Maker stuff first. A Hollows. And then we'll actually be able to talk about that. Sorry, boy, Aldrich's gone because we already got him gone. This is where we picked up the War God shield. And this thing? It's right over here. So, just... Just walking away. Walking up. Try to get the slow pan. Damn it! Shadow's offline. I think I just need to restart it then. The feels when your messages are too good. Now it should be good. Looks like garbage if you try to zoom it in like that. Not zoom in, but turn it like that. Just trying to experiment with the angles here. Figured that would happen. Actually, this doesn't look too... Okay. We just picked up Bloodlust. And Warmth. So let's check out our new weapon and our new spell. And hooray for getting the trophies. So that was a katana. You down here, right? Okay, here we go. Katie says, wait, these statues look a little bit like what the Rotten was having in Dark Souls 2. I'll need to look at those again in a moment. So this is Katana of the Old Mound Maker. The Mound Maker piled sacrifices upon the altar, but became the final offering himself, leaving this katana as a gift for his dear family. Skill, Bloodlust. Stained blade with one's own blood to temporarily grant uncanny sharpness. For one driven by bloodlust, nothing deserves to remain standing. So it's a little bit hard to show off, but like, it looks like there's a bunch of like thorns in the back of the blade of the sword of bloodlust, so you do like cut your own self to use it. The idea where he's the final offering for the altar there, and it's a gift for his dear family, is a bit interesting. His family is essentially all of the people that he killed with his blade that he only needed to swing one time to end things, and with him becoming a final offering himself, it's kind of interesting that he left his sword behind. So one of the things that I wonder is if the family that is talking about right now is the other mound makers, or purely just all of the people that he's killed. And I'll talk a little bit more about like the families and stuff after we check out the Warmth spell. Okay, here it is. Peculiar pyromancy of the Mound Makers creates a gentle flame that restores HP on touch. They feared separation from the gods and sought a familial bond, perhaps leading to the creation of this flame of harmony. Interesting. Okay, so the English says they feared separation from the gods, whereas the Japanese is more like they feared the god shackles becoming loosened or like broken, unleashed. Something along those lines. Like they feared that they'd be unshackled from the shackles of the gods. So they sought a familial bond, perhaps leading to the creation of this flame of harmony. The term for like the flame of harmony is kind of hard to talk about. It's more like a bonfire. Not like bonfire in the Dark Souls sense, but more like a flame where people can kind of... A campfire. That'd probably be a better example. A campfire where people can just kind of like surround each other and be warm and like part of a group. That's kind of what it was trying to get at. So, for whatever reason, to the Mound Makers, having a family was a way for them to avoid going mad or going hollow and having the shackles of the gods become too loose. So it's an interesting thing to think about, because it's probably a false thing, just because we do see that Aldrich does go hollow, and Sirius is the one who has to bring an end to his reign, essentially. And so we may as well look at Hollow's, wow, what's his name? Aldrich's equipment, since we're kind of already talking about this stuff. So this will be the Sunless set. Where is that? No, it's got to be lower. Okay. So, Helm of Aldrich, Holy Knight of the Sunless Realms. This light gold helm, named for its sunset hues, is now faded and wrapped in tainted rags. The sorry fool was known to wander the battlefield as a crazed ghoul, lashing out at friend and foe alike. So part of the reason why he lashed out at friend and foe alike is because he was just in constant search of the vertebrae shackle to add people to his family. And again, he does eventually go hollow, so it does bring into question like why the Mound Makers are doing what they're doing. So let's pull out our binoculars here. Check out some of these statues. Yeah, the statues are kind of weird. I do know that there are like kind of doll puppet-like things in Dark Souls 2. Looks like there's hair on some of these actually. Huh. Yeah, they've got like little hair sticking out almost. So unfortunately, I don't know quite as much about Dark Souls 2 as I potentially could. I can't really comment too much on that. It kind of reminds me, or maybe that's supposed to be the fabric of like these clothes that are on them, or whatever they are. I was gonna say, it kind of reminds me of like the tomb mold in Bloodborne, where there's actually like hair coming out of some of it. I digress. Merc says, you think friend and foe alike refers to Mound Makers being able to kill hosts but also enemies in their world? Yes. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that, but you're bringing up the good point. So Mound Makers can kill their own hosts in their world, even if they get summoned in as a friendly ghost. So that kind of ties into the whole like Mound Maker mentality, which Merc rightfully just brings up. Phobos, welcome back to the stream. Katie says it looks kind of like grass, as if they were made from dirt. That's also a good possibility. Can't like just show off one, I don't think. It's all good though. So that concludes the Mound Maker Covenant there. Going back to that idea of family, I'm not entirely sure what to think at times, just because it seems like killing hollows gives them a sense of purpose, and they form a connection with those that they kill, probably because it's a really intimate act, would be one guess that I would have. And that idea of love is kind of strong in Dark Souls 2. It gives humans drive to continue on. It's part of the reason why they wanted to like break the curse back then, just so that they could like remember their loved ones and their family members. So one idea that I have in relation to the Mound Makers is by killing the people and taking their vertebras and like offering them to their altar there, it builds up their kind of supposed family around them, and that might be what keeps them human, because it's kind of an offering to the gods and to the fire itself. And another idea that I have is like in Dark Souls 1, killing people and absorbing their humanity keeps you human longer, and so that makes me wonder if that idea is also supposed to be somewhat present within the Mound Makers, even though humanity isn't really a mechanic in Dark Souls 3. Emlyn said he used Aldrich to clear out the swamp, just keep running him into enemies. Katie said, are you the only one for whom the stream got a stroke? Let me double check things. Yeah, it looks like it. Like, I'm not really dropping frames here. Unless that was just like a weird glitch. Hoba says, it's weird how isolated the Mound Makers are. Yeah. It's a pit for hollows, and it's also weird like how you have to access it. Like it's not very straightforward whatsoever. And also the fact that it goes away like once the tree goes through, unless you've activated it beforehand. It's a very enigmatic covenant. One that's really hard to parse together. So they could just essentially be praying to madness overall. So let's try it like this. Let's look a little bit systematic. Old Wolf Curved Sword. The Great Shield and the Wolf Ring. So let's check out our wolf sword here. I don't even know where it's gonna be, because I've never gotten it. Knight's Greatsword, was this it? So this used to be Artorias' blade. Greatsword of a knight tainted by the dark of the abyss, and master of the wolf's blood of Farron. The Wolf Knight was the first Abyss Watcher, and his sword is more punishing against creations of the Abyss. Skill, Wolf Sword. While in stance, use normal attack for a low spinning slash, or strong attack to leap forward in a vertically slashing somersault. I don't think I can actually equip this, my luck build. That's actually cool. Totally out of stamina there. Someone says, it's kind of like patches not going hollow. Pointless to keep giving you a goal. Pointless task to keep giving you a goal. Yeah, I think that might be essentially what it boils down to. And then Phobo says, well, there's that, but there's also in relation to all the other stuff in the game. If you remember correctly, Aldrich is the only NPC related to it. Yes. And there's also like the War God Shield, which is related to the Lion Clan in Dark Souls 2. So it's very, very weird overall. And then Katie says, think that you just thought about now is that Cirrus might not be blood related to Aldrich, but it's just a guess with no explicit evidence. Yeah, at the very least, she does call him Granddad, and that kind of questline does remind me of Sieglinde in Dark Souls 1, killing Siegmeyer at the end of his quest. I need to equip, like, different rings. I don't need this one anymore. Go with our prisoner chain. I can really only get 2 swings in? Holy crap. Okay. And then R2. Oh, stab. Okay. Been a while since I've seen one of those. Well, I should have used that one in a different spot. Let's go back to the Bastard Sword. So let's check out the Wolf Shield. Gotta be one of a kind though. And I guess I could have shown off the Sunless Sunset Shield. Engraved with a brilliant flame crest that burns brightly with the Order's customary sunset colors, this design symbolizes those who both harbor and oppose the power of flame. So that final line is very interesting to me because the Mound Makers are really weird overall. You get the warmth spell from them, so you would think they'd be affiliated with fire. I've seen some people theorize that like the offering of the vertebra shackles could be offerings to the gods or fire itself, in the same way that we used to offer humanity to the fire. But it's really strange overall. So they have the power of flame within themselves, but they also seem to be in opposition to it, I guess. And this is the only kind of item that kind of hints towards that a bit more strongly, I suppose. So where's our wolf shield? That's totally not it. Wolf Knight's Great Shield. Okay. Check the stats. That's not too bad. But it does require 30 strength. A great shield of a knight tainted by the dark of the abyss and master of the wolf's blood of Farron. Boasts consistent defense and divine protection against various status effects, and it has a weapon skill, which does kind of work well together with its sword stuff right there. Wouldn't be too surprising. I don't think there's anything too crazy about that. Okay. Although I do want to compare it to like the crest shields. Although this is a great shield, so never mind. It's probably a silly thing to compare. Yeah, it's really not too bad, but for its weight, I mean, the crest shields are really not that far behind. What's the stability? 67, yeah, okay. So this concludes the Farron Watchdogs area. It's very, very blatantly connected to Artorias of the Abyss. So what's next? Aldrich Faithful? Oh, Rosaria. We could do hers last. We'll go over that way anyway. Aldrich, Devourer of the Gods. Oh, I don't remember if I killed Yorshka. Hopefully. I don't think I did on this character. I think I double checked. Boba says, wouldn't the Sunset Realms just be, or Sunless Realms just be Irithyll? Yes, I think that's pretty spot on. I think Sunset and Sunless are essentially the same thing, but they use different characters, so they are like slightly different. One is more like along the lines of Dusk, and the other is more like along the lines of Twilight, though. So very small things that I'm not entirely sure how relevant they are, though. So, oh yeah. Let's try to make this look decent. Again. With our canonically correct armor. But we will not take a break right now. Boba says, maybe there's more of a remnant of the scrapped Volnir Covenant. It makes some sense with the bone thing. I never thought about that. I didn't realize that Volnir had a scrapped Covenant, but that would make a lot more sense too. Oh, we need the Wolf Curved Sword? Okay, thank you. Whatever. Oh, it's a curved sword. What am I doing? Old Wolf Curved Sword. Okay. So, curved sword bearing the soul of the old wolf that stays with the watchdogs of Farron. This sword, like a wolf on the prowl, boosts attack and restores HP with each consecutive hit. Skill is the Wolf Leap. Slice into foes with a large spinning motion, then leap out of harm's way to follow with a strong attack. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh, this is actually really cool looking. It's even got like fur coming out of it. Let's regain some of that stamina. Phobos says Dusk, maybe Ulasil? Oh, sorry, not that version of Dusk. I don't remember which characters they used specifically, but they were different. So yeah, Japanese uses like a lot of synonyms for dusk, twilight, evening. I guess English does too, since I just listed those all off. Interesting, okay. Let's try that again. That fur thing kind of looks like one of the swords in Blade of the Immortal. Put on the chlorine. Probably out of FP. Okay. We check that one out. That was interesting. Emlyn says the Sunset Shield looks like the Phalanx Shield from the Painted World in Dark Souls 1. I double checked the stuff from Dark Souls 2. Let me double check that one. And thank you for pointing it out. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. That's what Emlyn was talking about. It does look similar, but there's definitely differences. Like, there's no studs on the outer ring of it, and the colors are slightly different. This one has the indentation in the middle for, like, the circle. So, not a bad comparison overall, though, with the 4 dots surrounding it. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but it's all good. Okay. Let's put this one away. And then we'll do the covenant here. Oh wait, I need to actually use these. Trying to do that. Equip this. Okay, sweet.
Oh, good blade of the dark moon, welcome home. If I can provide thee succor, only tell me how.
I guess I could have just pressed R1 every time.
My blade of the dark moon, thy deeds merit great worship. As captain, 'tis my duty to honor knights of great accomplishment. Please, it is thine, and not lightly given. As a shade of Father Gwyn and Sister Guinevere, persevere in thy knightly duty, hunting down the gods' would-be foes.
Get the Dark Moon Ring finally.
The Dark Moon Knights were once led by my elder brother, the Dark Sun Gwyndolin. But he was stricken by illness, and leadership of the knights fell to me. Then Sullivan wrongfully proclaimed himself pontiff, and took me prisoner. Oh, where could my dear brother be? If only he were here, I would be most pleased for ye both to meet, as most assuredly would he.
I don't remember if that was actually new. I'll talk once more.
Long ago, our father Gwyn, lamenting the waning of the fire, became cinder of his own will. Now, the fire is linked by the champions who have come in his stead. Such is the will of Father and the gods. And so the Dark Moon Knights took arms to watch over those who link the fire. But long ago, our company lost its last proper knight.
Okay, this one's definitely old.
Only its covenant was preserved to this day, until the time of thy visit. Heirdom taketh many forms, indeed. My blade of the dark moon, thy deeds merit great worship. I, Yorshka, captain of this company, hereby recognize thy service. This is a wonder of the dark moon, inherited from my brother for this very purpose. Please, take this. Thou'rt most deserving of it. As a shade of Father Gwyn and Sister Guinevere, persevere in thy knightly duty, hunting down the gods' would-be foes. I would speak to my brother of this, one day, of the shining new hope that joined our dear company. I speak of thee, of course.
Dark Moon Blade.
The Dark Moon Knights were once led, but he
Okay.
then, if as
That should be that.
off so soon. May the Dark Moon watch over thee.
So we just got the Dark Moon Ring and then the spell as well. We definitely have not had that ring yet. Is it? Okay. No, I'll catch up with you guys. Emlyn says Tetsaiga from Inuyasha. It's one cool sword. Phobos says curved greatswords are super underrated, you feel? Yeah, they're quite similar. Katie says the shield is used by Gale and it bothered you for a long time, but you're too lazy to look into it more. So it is related to Irithyll, most likely. Which is definitely interesting if he's supposed to be a former slave knight used by the gods in the times of the dragon hunts. I mean, he has gotten around, so maybe he just looted it from somewhere else? I don't remember Gale using that shield. Oh, maybe it's when you summon him? Huh. We need to pay more attention to that kind of thing. Boba said, you've always had a soft spot for that shield. Tiny Boots, welcome back to the stream. Said, hello, hope we're all doing great today. We're doing pretty well. Thank you for showing up, as always. Steven said, farming as well, you got the old wolf curved sword. You guessed 20 more to finish the watchdogs? So if you got the sword, that's the last one you needed, I think. Or wait. I literally just did that quest and I don't remember what we got first or second. But yeah, it's 30 for each covenant, total. Someone said, it's interesting the Pontiff knows she's here. Well, Pontiff Sullivan used to be... And we know Aldrich? Aldrich used to be a Dark Moon, right? Or was it Sullivan? Sullivan was the Dark Moon. Yeah, no, Sullivan was the Dark Moon. He came from the painting, joined the Dark Moons. So it would make sense for him to know of Yorshka and to have, like, imprisoned her. Because he would have been her former subordinate, or maybe he was her former superior. I don't remember the timelines of that, but maybe these will say it. Phobos says, reminds you what Sirius's relationship to the Dark Moons was? She used to be a Dark Moon, but she gave up being one to go chase down Aldrich. And she was being invaded by, like, the Fingers, I guess. That sounded terrible, holy crap. The sworn enemy of the Fingers. So, going back to this is the Dark Moon Ring. It's the ring of the moon deity Gwendolyn, youngest son of Gwyn, the First Lord. Does this just say youngest son? I know, in Dark Souls 1, he's called the lastborn of Gwyn. So the Japanese says, youngest child, specifically. So it's interesting that the English says youngest son. I mean, that makes sense. But this goes back into some of the things we've talked about on the different streams where Yorshka's relation to Gwendolyn is questionable if Gwendolyn is supposed to have been Gwyn's lastborn, specifically since Yorshka calls him elder brother, which they didn't include in the English just because we don't really talk like that, which is fine, but it's just one of those things that gets lost in translation sometimes. So her relationship to the royal family is questionable overall. Had it not been for the one item, Yorshka's chime, which stated that she was that Gwendolyn was her elder brother, I would have just assumed that it was just kind of her delusion. Maybe it's more of like a religious type of thing. A sacred chime belonging to Yorshka. Her brother, the former knight captain, presented her with this medium together with another gift, her name. So, whether or not she's related to Gwyn and Guinevere is questionable. Her calling them father and sister might be more of a religious thing. So the fact that this chime does pretty much say that Gwendolyn gave her her name is kind of troubling and trying to unravel exactly how they're related. I'll probably just leave that here for now. We've talked about that more in previous streams. Katie says Sullivan was a Dark Moon and Aldrich was a member of the Way of White. Yes. Emlyn says most people think she's hiding from Pontiff. I mean, It's called Prisoner's Tower. It's kind of weird to think that she's hiding in a prisoner's tower. Tiny Boot says, have you guys checked the Phobia video about Dark Souls 3 glitches on the current patch? The Sullivan glitch is really cool. No, I haven't. Mortis says, you thought Yorshka was the youngest. I mean, she's definitely younger than Gwendolyn, but I don't think she's actually directly related to Gwyn, because Gwendolyn is called his last-born child. Emlyn says, you think Gwendolyn is made with Gwyn's soul shard by Seath. So, what did we just pick up? Oh yeah, the Darkmoon Blade spell. It's a little bit unfortunate that like some of these cool items take so long to actually farm. Because they'd be fun to have on just like normal playthroughs, I suppose. But you really, really need to go out of the way to get them. So this is Miracle of those who devoted themselves to the Darkmoon Covenant. Reinforces right weapon with Darkmoon Light. Miracles of the Darkmoon are tales of revenge, but Captain Yorshka recites only for the sake of remembering her brother, without knowledge of its meaning. Perhaps this is better, as revenge is better left to the Blades. So despite being the captain of the Blades, it's fairly obvious that she didn't really take too much of an active role. Which is a bit weird. Like, if you attack her, she doesn't like fight back or anything like that. She's just kind of like another damsel-y type maiden. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but I don't know what else to say, really. Katie says Filianor was the youngest daughter. I think even that is a little bit dubious, because the language used for Filianor, it's like, it is said she was the youngest, I guess. The youngest daughter. Whereas, like, Gwendolyn is the last-born. So technically, Filianor should be older than Gwendolyn, if they are related. But, I don't know. That's something I'll dive into a bit more deeply as well. Okay, so that concludes the stuff with Yorshka. Psych!
Please, stop this. Thou art no true knight. Please, stop this.
Alright guys, so +0 weapon is not very effective at killing these NPCs.
Thou art no true knight.
She's saying we're weak. Are we gonna really stand for that? Her calling us weak?
Please, stop this. Thou art no true knight. Please, stop this. Thou art no true knight.
These new game plus stats.
Please, stop this.
It almost looks like she has like blackish blood, which I don't think is like super important, but it's kind of interesting to notice.
Thou art no true knight.
Oh yeah, I also have 0 strength.
Dear brother, forgive me.
God, those noises do not sound like pain. They sound like something else. Stream is dying for you, Katie. Let me double check everything. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I think you might need to refresh, unfortunately. Unless other people are also experiencing issues. So that was that. We'll go to Aldrich Faithful. Do I actually... Yeah, it's probably faster to go this way. Emlyn says, it seems like Gwendolyn made Yorshka captain right before Pontiff. and Aldrich made their move. Yeah, because she did say like she inherited it from Gwendolyn, so it would kind of make sense. Bloom, you said yours is fine. You were having problems yesterday keeping videos at 1080 on YouTube. It would stutter, but today is good. So I do stream at 720 just because like my internet isn't great enough for 1080 plus streaming. So it sucks, but we make do with what we've got. We got Archdeacon McDonald. Human dregs. We get the Great Deep Soul. Hey, we mastered sorcery, baby. And then we get the Archdeacon's Great Staff. It's interesting that like right next to him we do get these statues of Gwendolyn as well. So it does go to show how much like Sullivan has usurped, or Aldrich and Sullivan have usurped the role of that from them. So we've talked about the Great Deep Soul quite a bit because it's kind of hard not to. So this is sorcery which improves upon Deep Soul, fires powerful darkened soul dregs. Archdeacon MacDonald, a sorcerer himself, delighted in the cathedral's stagnating souls. For them, they represented the glorious bedrock of this world. It's kind of straightforward, all things considered. We've talked about the deepened stagnation at length in other streams. So I'll just kind of leave that here for now, unless you guys have pressing questions, especially if you're newer to the live streams. It does take quite a bit of time to go super deeply into the stagnation stuff, so that's kind of why I'll leave it there. Actually, shields might have been fast. I guess I could have always done that. Oh no, that just cycles through. Okay, there we go. Wow, it literally took me this long to figure out just to hold R2 and L2. What was it, the Archdeacon staff? Archdeacon's Great Staff. Wait, I'm not trying to actually use it. I guess you can't two-hand from the left hand. We need a place with a little bit more. Good. That was the weapon skill. I wasn't trying to use that, but it's all good. Bobo said, you asked that question about Sirius and then got up to make tea right after, like the scatterbrain you are. Allowing playback on the stream is much appreciated. Yeah, no problem. I mean, these do get archived, so I know what it's like to miss something, or hopefully you got your answer. So this is the large staff bestowed upon archdeacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. The Archdeacon MacDonald's trespass, the sin of channeling faith for sorcery, transformed what was once merely a symbol of ecclesiastic authority into a catalyst of sorceries. So study chant, it's not too important. So it's interesting that for the Cathedral of the Deep, they changed their faith into sorcery, since sorceries are more typically aligned with intelligence, as we can show by our spells here. And so when we look at like the Great Deep Soul, it's purely 20 intelligence, and there is no faith scaling component to them. Yeah, it looks like there's absolutely no faith requirements on that kind of thing, on the sorceries. So I think that was it. We just need to do Sunlight Bros and Rosaria. Okay. We need to go back to Lothric for this. This will be further on. Dragon Slayer armor. Okay, that'll be good. Oh, makes sense. Because I was in a rush to just kill the bosses on this new game cycle, I did not open up the little shortcut. So we'll have to unlock that. Katie said, you don't think those are statues of Gwendolyn? Same ones are on the Church of Philionor? You said it on the previous stream? Okay, you had a theory about who the lady is, but it's incomplete. Might share it if you want. Yeah, feel free to share it. I guess I could take like a longer or more in-depth look at them. We need to... Oh, we're gonna get killed with our super powered +0 weapon here. I think this is just a ring. Knight's ring. Okay. Got us. We just need them to un-aggro us, and then we'll go see our Covenant boy. Our foot statue. The Miyazaki statue. Oh yeah, I don't remember if this one's a mimic. Pointing away. Some Titanite scales. Both. And Great Lightning Spear. Hey, we mastered miracles. So, what was the first one we just picked up besides Great Lightning Spear? Miracles. Sacred Oath. Okay. Miracle of those chosen by the Sunlight Covenant. Temporarily boost attack and damage absorption for self and those in the vicinity. This is the tale of the sun's firstborn, his faithful first knight, and the brave dragon slayer who served them both. So that reference to that brave dragon slayer is more... Wow. The reference to the brave dragon slayer is most likely a reference to Ornstein. And yeah, kind of straightforward there. Maybe I should go through the trouble of looking at the statue again. When we look at the spear here, it is a little bit reminiscent of like the Nameless King spear, but not entirely. I don't remember if I actually have the Nameless King spear on this dude. That'd be in the spears. What am I doing? I think I might. No, maybe not. So this is the one of Ornstein. So it's probably more reminiscent of that one. I guess it's a little bit different. No, so this is probably what it's supposed to be. All good. There we go. That's probably the better angle that we can get. Oh, damn it, I put that over the bastard sword. Not surprising. Katie said, so you've heard theories that Gwendolyn had different mothers, Guinevere and the rest. What you thought is that Gwendolyn might have wanted to elevate his mother over his absent sibling. There's even the miracle that first appeared in Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 2 Supremacy. I definitely don't remember what supremacy says off the top of my head. Oh, so I kind of read both of your messages together. My apologies. Katie said, mothers over his absent sibling. There's even statues of a lady who looks similar to Guinevere in Lower Irithyll, and that lady who's everywhere might have thought Gwendolyn his sorcery might have taught Gwendolyn his sorceries, as she's depicted with staffs. So I don't think that's supposed to be Gwendolyn's mother as much as Gwendolyn himself, just because of the staffs, like the 10 Dark Moon vanishing Dark Moon catalyst, the 10 Dark Moon catalyst. That's more, to me, more directly associated with Gwendolyn. It's a Great Lightning Spear that we just picked up? Or is it... Yeah, it's Great Lightning Spear. Okay. So, primal account of Lightning Spear, which tells of an ancestral dragon slayer. Hurls a giant lightning spear. Gwyn, the First Lord, slew dragons with his sunlight spear, a tradition upheld by his firstborn and the great spear he wielded. Much of this resplendent tale of father and son, while epic, remains tragically untold. So considering like the Nameless King pretty much uses that ability throughout his fight, I think it should be understood as very explicit that the Nameless King is supposed to have been Gwyn's firstborn. Which I guess is kind of a controversial statement, but I don't know. It seems pretty abundant to me. So then we'll go to Rosaria, and then I'll switch everything out for like a magic build just to show off some of that stuff. Where are we going? What's her name? Wow, why am I blanking? Oh yeah. Rosaria. Katie says, yes, but the exact same statues on the Church of Phillinor, which would be weird if it was Gwendolyn. You seriously doubt it was Gwendolyn? Why do you think it would be weird if it was Gwendolyn, since he's kind of like the last remaining deity after Gwyn goes to link the flame? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just curious on your thoughts behind that. Yeah. Here. On fire. Okay. I mean, I'm probably going to screw this up and not walk directly straight. Anyway. It kind of looked. Not how I wanted. Oh well, we'll just kind of deal. Skewering ring. Oops. Duh. And grub staff. Okay. How many do I need? Like 40 for each? Do I need like 60? Let's just go with 60 for both. I'll just like... I mean, I'm going to reload it anyway. Attunement, how many slots do we have? Where do we see? Okay. Slots. Do I need anything else like endurance that might help? I don't know. Alright. So now I need to think of like a good... Leonhard's still alive in this game. Funny. Oh, do I have his sorcery? I don't know if I ever did it with him. Like the random moon spell? Oh no, that's his weapon, which we definitely have. So we've done something with him. Never mind. I'm not too worried about it then. Okay, let me go back to you guys. You said because Gwyn could put Filianor in the Ring City and it was isolated for a long time, so why of all people would Gwendolyn be depicted there? Gwendolyn wasn't the most popular of Gwyn's children, and it just feels out of place there. I think those are fairly decent points. One of the things that I might say to kind of just like potentially counter some of that could be that Filianor might not actually be Gwyn's child, and if she isn't, it would kind of make sense for Gwendolyn to have said that she was to like trick the pygmies into like working for them. Granted, I mean, there's absolutely nothing to substantiate that claim that I'm making there. I think it's just, you know, something that somebody could say to disagree with you. So what do we need to equip then? Probably should have looked at the catalyst and stuff before deciding. Just for the attribute requirements. Increased FP. Oh, I should have upped my FP. That's what I wasn't thinking about. Okay. Not too worried about that then. Let's just go with the Mangrove Staff. Oh, I didn't read this stuff. So Mangrove Staff. A staff of the Mangrubs who guard Rosaria's bedchamber. The holy symbol is formed at the tip. Wielder's luck strengthens effects of sorceries. The Mangrubs have clearly been reborn, but as what? Those are cool. Need a little bit more strength. I mean, I could always level up. Actually, a lot. If we need to. And I might, since I'll just like reload over this, I guess. Emlyn says, we know Gwyn dropped her off, so why would Gwendolyn be the one to lie to the pygmy? I mean, do we actually know that Gwyn did it? I guess there is the statue of Gwyn giving the crown to the pygmy lords. Maybe there's also the item that made it a bit clear that Gwyn did gift Filianor to them, but it's just weird to me how it all fits together. Probably be better off searching that stuff.
Ashen one, thou then call, I am a thou. Very well, then take no.
Okay, I can level up a lot. What levels up FP? Okay, so attunement does. Just pump up that.
Mayst thou?
Look at some of this stuff. What do we need? That we need more strength. That one, more strength. Okay, that'll solve both of those. Okay, so I just need strength. Where's the eyes? I'm a Filianor. We could have done Kythus Chime. Can the Isla staff be used for? Pyromancy? I'd be amazed if it wasn't. Weird. But I guess that would make sense because they did flame sorcery instead of other things. Let me just go back. Okay, makes sense. Let me... How do you... Oh, we need to talk to Andre. Forget how to do that just because I never really do. Okay.
Just what?
Oh, you don't even need to have any Estus. That's interesting. I didn't realize that.
Pretty be careful.
Katie said, now you just remembered that Filianor meant like half-daughter or something, but for further conclusions you need to know what exactly that means. Yeah, I mean, I'll look into the Filianor stuff more as well. Because I've been meaning to. I've been looking at a lot of things, but I don't remember exactly what that was all about. We need pyromancy, so let's just do the flame. Creature's right on. What's this one for? A sorcery. Okay. Sounds kind of funny though.
Then I am of doused. Very well, then take.
Wait, before doing that, let me double check all of my magic crap. Because I'm pretty damn confident there's nothing over 60. Yeah, okay. Okay, so 50 was like the magic number. Okay, so we only needed one pale tongue. Oh, that's all good then. Okay. Instead of this, let's go with the preacher arm because it's funnier. I wish it was pointed the other way though. That's kind of bothering me. Tree branch, heretic staff, court sorcerers, vacant, murky longstaff. I don't know what would fit the image of this dude well enough. Maybe just this one. Yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. So then the next question is, what should I... or rather, where should I go to show off all of the magic in the game for the purpose of lore videos? This is going to be different for me. Okay. Katie said, also the Rain City was built to contain the Dark, presumably soon after the War on Dragons. Feels outside of Gwendolyn's power to do something so elaborate. We don't even know if he was alive then, considering that he's either the last-born or the youngest son of Gwendolyn. I was thinking maybe here, or the Kiln of the First Flame. Maybe that'd be the coolest spot to do it. The Demon Prince, a little bit dark there though. Untended Graves, that actually might be better, unless we get ganked. I don't know how that works. Interesting. So you get unlimited casts, I guess. As long as your FP is good. Stuck. Takes a while. Okay. Forgot about that. Only we could like kill them super easily. Oh, I got an idea. We just skip, sneak through everything. Definitely don't need this anymore. I obviously don't know what works. Probably just sneak through if the dude doesn't notice me. Just run past him. Damn it, I looked at him. That was a mistake. Oh, or I could just knock it off. Alright, this will actually be kind of annoying. I might want to pick a different spot after all. I guess Champion Gundyr would have been a different, smarter choice. Let's turn the HUD off. Afraid of that? Okay. Yeah, I'll change my spot. I'll go back to the Nameless King arena, or maybe first, the killing of the first flame. It's a big enough spot. Now I think we've got the soul dart on. Okay. Okay. Good with that. I guess this one doesn't shoot automatic. Fortunate. Katie said, so anyway, you just recently noticed that the symbol of the Abyss Watchers appear both in the Consumed King's Garden and Archdragon Peak. It's depicted alongside the Chloranthy Ring as well. It by itself actually looks like simplifications of it. Interesting. Okay. Damn it. I think I might need a spot with enemies then to get rid of this stuff. Or to just, like, warp. Oh wait, this will probably work. No, I don't want to do it like that. So for any of you who are tuning in late right now, we're just trying to get footage of all of the magic spells that can be cast in the game. A little bit unfortunate we can't just like literally use all of them at once, but making do it with what we've got. Trying to get a front view and a little bit of a side view. Then we'll switch all this back out. And I guess I could go back to Firelink and load up some more attunement slots. I don't think we'll get much more though. So Katie, if you found that stuff, could you post pictures in the Discord or something like that, just so we have a better idea of what you're looking at as well? I'd be interested in seeing it at least.
Ashen one, thou, then I am thou. Very, then take.
Oh wait, no, we lost all of our echoes, or damn it, our souls. In the untended garden. Not untended garden, the untended graves, wow. So that'll be... it's fine. Go again. And try it this way. Cool. So those are those 6. Katie says, sadly you're not on the Discord and don't have one. Okay, that's unfortunate. If you do have like an Imager album that you can post that stuff to, that'd be cool. But if not, that's fine. So this is gonna buff the weapon shield. May as well put in... no, let's go with the Black Knight shield for the hell of it. Here. Dark Moon. Crystal. But does that stack? We need to switch out to our build. Not. Actually, maybe we need to get rid of her. We'll see. Left shield, so it has to be in the left. Okay, so this needs to be in the right hand then. Oops. Oh, damn it. Okay. Before doing that, let's put the bastard sword back on. And then we'll get the profile view. Buffing. Not like that, though. Okay, so this one will make it turn purple anyway. That's just kind of a coincidence, I guess. Katie said, "You too much of a young boomer. You've literally no idea what you just said. But you gave me coordinates in chat if you'd like to see yourself." Bob NXD said, "Love the Bloodborne videos. You got any plans on any DS3 videos?" Yes. But for that, I do need some more footage, and I still need to do a bit more research before I feel comfortable releasing something. But hopefully, in the not too distant future, there will be more material that I release. So let's put this back for the shield. And then put this one back. No idea how long this lasts. I'm not sure if I actually used the same spell right there or not. The downside of the HUD-less play. Although I wonder how the auto HUD does. Next, we should buff the shield again. Okay, makes sense. That makes sense. Spook. Alright, so yeah, Katie, with your coordinates in chat, I'm not sure. Just with what you said in the King's Garden and Archdragon Peak. Oh, it can be seen in the second bonfire in the peak and right before the area with the knights in the garden. Symbol of the Abyss Watchers is that flower on the sword and COL in color? I'm not sure what you're saying. Hope you're not standing in it because it'll kill me. I mean, we're right next to a bonfire. I already screwed up everything else, so probably out of FP. Alright, so that should be that. Gaslight. Air. In weapon. In body. Chameleon. Twisted Wall of Light. So for the second and third one, I'll need a weapon out. Okay. That one's repair. It's an invisible weapon or hidden weapon. Hidden body. I think I just did hidden body twice. Yeah, okay. And this one's chameleon. Turning into a grave. Chameleon's probably one of those ones that's fun to show off in the different areas. And I don't even remember what that one was. It's cast light again? Alright. Here we go. It's interesting that the sheath still stays on our back, because I think it was missing before. Let me put that away. Pull it out. Kind of funny. Alright. Emlyn says, you think Lothric is built on the Duke's archive, so it would fit for the flower symbol to be there? Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and then there is the swamp down below. I thought there was another connection between Lothric and the Farron Legion. More specifically than that. But I'm kind of blanking out right now. Bobbin says, been wondering this bit for a while. You also use the Korean translation for some of the Bloodborne stuff. What's the point of the Korean translation? That's a good question. As far as the languages go, Korean and Japanese are extremely similar because they're kind of sister languages. They're derived from the kind of same sources. Whereas English and Japanese are obviously not. So typically when looking between translations, the Korean should match the Japanese much more closely than the English would. So when we get to a point where the Korean and English match, but neither match the Japanese, it leads me to believe that linguistically this is almost an impossibility for the Korean to be pretty much the same as the English. So the only way that that would work would be if the English and Korean are based on the same material, and if that material doesn't match the Japanese, it leads me to believe that there was a revision. And that kind of a revision in the Japanese wasn't brought back into the other languages. So that becomes helpful when we look at things like the lecture hall note, because even though the Korean doesn't quite match the English, it's closer to, it's like an in-between the English and the Japanese. So certain things we could determine are more like a localization flares by comparing just the English and the Korean. And other things we can find out are more likely a product of the script being changed. So the Korean translation of the lecture hall note will state that the moon presence of Lawrence and company is nameless, whereas the Japanese took out that bit about it being nameless, and the English one says that the nameless moon presence was beckoned by Lawrence and Associates. So that part about being beckoned, that was neither in English or sorry, the part about being beckoned wasn't in the Korean or the Japanese. So that I can more comfortably say is a bit extra as far as the translations go. Yeah, that's kind of the main reason for it. It gives us a third point from which we can make more conclusions about the original and the process of translating it from Japanese into English, essentially. What was I doing? That one is probably hidden weapon. Okay. It's hidden body. Chameleon. Okay, so that should be good enough. Let's cast light again. Okay. And so that one follows us. Deep Soul, Drugs, Affinity, Dark Edge. And the next will be Fireball. And I'll probably just save that there then. Wait for this little thing to time out. Alright, Katie said, to Emlyn, you thought it has more connection to Osiris. He has fascination with dragons, so to you it symbolizes that he was two peaks since they were literally the same models? I don't know what you're saying there, sorry. The connection to you is Abyss Watchers, the connection to the Abyss Watchers is more interesting to you. The Chloranthy ring is connected to the gods, as pretty much all gods have some connection to it, and Farron now has connection to gods and dragons. Emlyn said, yes, but you'd say that he found the info in Seath's archives that leads him to the peak. Okay, so yeah. The Chloranthy ring, you think, is on the Abyss Watchers stuff. I mean, to be fair, even with like the Abyss Watchers, we do get some of the green blossoms, which do produce the same type of effect as the Chloranthy ring. But you said it was on the shield? The Abyss Watcher shield? Let me look. Let's go all the way up. Okay. Follower shield, that's a little bit different. Well, I guess the Abyss Watchers technically didn't use shields, so I might be misremembering what you just said just a little bit ago. The Legion has a connection to it. Wolf Knight, Great Shield. Where do I recognize this symbol? It's gonna bug me. There's also Hawkwood Shield. I guess it's only really that one. Again, real quick. So Hawkwood Shield? Okay. This might help. Oh yeah, can't actually shield that way. I can't hold it up? Okay. I don't know. Sword in the Coal? So which sword? There's like a lot of them. The Farron greatsword, I would assume. Okay, I think I see what you're saying there. A bit better on it. I can kind of see what you're saying. Oh wait, why am I worrying about light? Oh, I took off cast light. Let's put that one back on. Oh, so distort light in order to deflect magic. Okay, so that's what that was. Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean. I don't think it's quite a fit. So when we look at that, it's similar, but this has a lot more petals to me. That one has like 6 total, and it like branches off a lot. I thought there was something that might reflect it a bit better. I mean, I feel like I've seen that design used in other things. It's definitely a bit different, though. The one the Watchers use? Probably not it. Not it. Like, if you tell me the item name, like, directly, it's a lot easier for me, too. Bobbin says it looks like a butterfly to you. It's all over the Ring City. So it was that sword? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, obviously this isn't it anymore. Okay. Only the coal missing? I don't think I have the coal because we turned that in. Yeah. But, I mean, I can look it up. Hold on. Okay, so that should be it. I mean, I think it has a similar shape, but I do feel that the overall relation to the Chloranthy ring might be a little bit stretched, just because the Chloranthy ring has many more than just like the 6 or even the 8 petals here. But let me scroll back up to what you said originally. You said it can be seen in the second bonfire on the peak and right before the area with knights in the garden. So let's go to the Ashen Peak. Not Ashen Peak, Earthen Peak. Archdragon Peak. Wow. Am I blind? You said the second bonfire. Before the area with and before the area. Alright, Katie, so where do you think it is? On the like little sprite, or sorry, their little reliefs right here. Bobbin asked, do we have any explanation of how there's still Dark Wraiths in Dark Souls 3? I mean, I guess they weren't all killed by the time we got here, and they're ever in search of more humanity. Which would, might be what, like, led them to the Abyss Watchers, because they're probably, like, the only things that are, like, close to it. To having humanity, I guess. Wow, that really stops that? That's some janky stuff. The binoculars in 3 are a travesty. Okay, looking at the ground, you've literally stomped on it. Oh, I see what you mean here. You gotta remember, there's a chat delay here. So, like, I asked you this like 30 seconds ago on my end, so try to be a little bit more patient, please. This symbol they use in quite a lot of things too, other than just like the Chloranthy ring. And then you said the Consumed King's Garden. Really weird how this is all set up. Okay. Before the area with the knights? Coming from which direction? Like into it the first way or through the back way? It's probably faster to just go through here anyway. So I think that one is a bit closer to the Chloranthy ring. I mean, I'm not convinced that it is, but even if not, that's still a pretty prominent kind of symbol that's used. I think in real life, I don't remember if that's like similar to the Imperial symbol or the Imperial seal in Japan. So that's actually going inside, so we want to go outside. Wonder if it's on that wall there. Top. Different. It looks more like a sun, which is kind of interesting. Emlyn said you posted examples of it in the Ring City on the Discord. Okay, let me check there. Oh yeah, those ones are pretty close. Yeah, they even got like the 2 rings. The Ring City isn't too surprising, especially since we can get like the Chloranthy ring +3 there. Alright, so this might be a bit of a mistake right now. Guess the audio just cut out for no reason. Oh, I never noticed those dudes up there. Huh. I mean, this is obviously not the most, After you kill the 2 Cathedral Knights and exit the boss room, you'll have a part made of stone and it's engraved on it. It's pretty big, so you won't miss it. But I don't think I can actually kill them with my magic right now. Let's... What do I have equipped? Oh yeah, we have the dregs and stuff. Okay. Let's try it. Immediately after the stairs. Snuffleboot says, have we suggested Smo's armor for the Chloranthy ring shape yet? No, I do know about what you're talking about though. And also welcome to the stream. So yeah, it does come up in quite a few places, like even in Bloodborne. I mean, I wouldn't call it like the Chloranthy symbol itself. What am I doing? There is a kind of similar flower shape that's used on a lot of the furniture. So part of me has wondered whether or not it's just more or less like stock assets, stock 3D assets at times. All 0 of my souls. So we'll probably just try to YOLO this. I guess I could have attuned to try to like Chameleon. That probably would have been smarter. So you're talking about on the ground here? Okay. Yeah, that looks like the exact same asset there. Hey BB, hello. You said hi, I love your videos. Thank you very much. And thanks for your hard work. Thank you very much for joining in and commenting. So let's go ahead and change out the cast light since it's useless while we're trying to use our binoculars here. Let's go with Chameleon. Pin body. I'm a little bit curious to see how that works out. Emlyn says, there seems to be a pattern to what symbols they use for what factions of the game. Yeah, they do use them deliberately. I'm not like denying that. As far as this goes, I would definitely say like the little cobblestone brick stuff. Oh no, no, no! Why did I do that? Damn it! No way! So I don't think this dude will see me anymore. I'm wrong. Sorry, Katie, were you talking about this or something else? Before the open area? So you said before the area going out? Let me immediately after the stairs. So yeah, you have to be talking about this. It's got the 6 on these ones at least. Oh wait, this thing has a candle? Does that actually light things up a little bit? Or I wonder if it's just the body. It's kind of funny. Alright, well anyway, I'm gonna go back. To testing out the magic, or just like getting the footage of the magic. Looks like we're playing Assassin's Creed 1 incognito. Going the kiln. Alright, so now we can test all of our pyromancies out. Oh wait, no, we need to do all of the deep stuff and then the pyromancy stuff. It's kind of weird how they're looking, like they're bugging out almost. Unequip those. Now that's affinity. They changed affinity, I guess. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. It's gonna annoy me. Let's just back at the bonfire. Damn it, I don't remember what spell I have equipped right now. So we went deep soul. Okay, sweet. There's like a better spot. Show this stuff all off. I guess maybe going off like this to the side might be better. I don't know. Well, just stick with what we used. Did I unequip the big one? That sucks. Okay, that'll be good enough. And now we go to pyromancies. Bobbin's off to bed. Take care, friends. Thank you very much. Good luck. Much love. I mean, right now we've pretty much done everything we needed to do other than like going through New Game Plus to get just the Pale set and Crichton set. But thank you very much, and sleep well. Alright, so we'll just have to leave that there then. Okay. I was afraid it did that. Okay.
Hello.
Forgot I did that.
I'm sorry.
Go. Interesting. Okay. I think that was the first one. This was the second one. Don't remember my own order of casting stuff. Totally not it. Oh, okay, that was the first one. And I think there's one more after this one, and then we're good to switch. Okay. Katie said, so there's a symbol similar to the one associated with Farron around the big flower. It probably symbolizes close flowers of gods, but not themselves, since it doesn't bloom as heavily. Might put the Abyss Watchers as one of the earliest lords, but those are just rough thoughts. So I don't know, just because like some of the stuff with the Four Kings is a bit weird to me, and I mean I'm not like trying to like disagree with you exactly. I just think it's a bit weird how the Four Kings fit into everything, since there's all the stuff with the Ringed City is all. Yeah, Storm. Okay, this is what we need. Got the little lava at the end, okay. Never really used Flame Fan, that's interesting. But that one's Profane Flame, that's cool. So that's Chaos Storm again. Okay, so I thought back to the beginning. Flame Fang can actually reflect arrows, that's cool. Surge, Flash, Sweat, Fuse Sweat, and then Iron Flesh. So this one will be probably a little bit annoying to do. Good. So that one's like a deeper purple, I guess. Emlyn says, New Londo and the Four Kings draw heavily on a town from Lost Canvas. It's going to take forever for it to be finished, so we're just going to go into the next one, I suppose. So this is just a bit more of a yellowy type sweat. And now we should get Iron Flesh? Oh no, maybe I just didn't press up. Now we get Iron Flesh. Okay. Hey Max, welcome back to the stream. You said, what's up? Why are we discussing the Four Kings? Oh, we're just talking about, essentially the symbol of the Chloranthy ring, its potential appearances in relation to the Abyss Watchers, King Osiris, and the Ring City. And so just kind of talking about that stuff in general, I suppose. So what I was saying with relation to the Four Kings is like their role is a bit weird to me, just because with the Ring City being a thing and the Pygmy Lords being Pygmy Lords, like the role of the Four Kings is always a bit strange to me. Because one would almost expect like the Ring City to be related to New Londo. But I mean, it's not, so trying a place where that all fits together is strange. Acid breath again. Katie said, it's fine pointing out some potential inconsistencies, especially in rough thoughts. You discovered it quite recently and need to think some more about it yourself, but it does support your earlier theories. Someone says, the first part has Pegasus avoiding a flood that would destroy the town, only to see it destroyed by Hades' specters showing up. All shown off. Let's attune our spells. Then Beacon, Flame Arc, Warmth. Gone. Felipe Gabriel, welcome in. You said, does the Ring City have the Abyss? Potentially. It's a bit strange. I think there's a good case to make that there could be the Abyss in there. I think Wait, I'm already out of it. What spell am I trying to cast? Oh, duh, I need to actually use my weapon. It's kind of cool. And next we get the Warmth. This is the Mound Maker spell. This is also in Dark Souls 2. It's a bit weird where some spells show up in relation to the other games. Because you'd almost assume that there should be a connection between the Mound Makers and the Warmth spell of Dark Souls 2, but it doesn't really seem true, unfortunately. So I'm trying to just wait for this thing to go away, but it doesn't. This one lasts for a while, huh? It's interesting that it like resonates with the Ashen one. Okay. Damn it. That was the wrong one. I forgot to press the button. Okay. Felipe says, seems to be a different interpretation of the Dark Souls. The Ring City is not like Ulasil or New Londo. There is a Dark Eater Midir, so the Abyss probably was there in some way. So yeah, when you go to the Ringed City, it also says that there's an abyssal swamp there. So whether or not it's all the Abyss or just partly submerged in the Abyss is a good question. I think it's probably close to the nature of the Abyss, but generally I think the Abyss is kind of like the state of the world without fire. So as long as like there's a place that's devoid of the flames influence, it's probably more affiliated with the Abyss. And then Max says, well, the Four Kings started off as human, and Gwyn was impressed that he granted them parts of the Lord's Soul. They were approached by Koth, given the life drain, and then the followers turned into Dark Wraiths. And then Emlyn said, Ulasil is not like New Londo, it's a township, meaning it's where the maintenance workers lived. And Max says, eventually they were corrupted by the Abyss, similar to Artorias. And then Felipe says, you meant that both Ulasil and New Londo are placed corroded by the Abyss, while the Ringed City is mostly intact, so the desert at the end of everything. So yeah, Villianor's Rest and the Ringed City, it's a bit weird how they like fit together. It's a little bit messy, to be honest, but the Ringed City itself, you can see that the Abyss is kind of like worming its way into it. There's like a bunch of dark crystals in the swamp there. When you go down to Medir's arena, you see like a bunch of people submerged into the water. There's a bunch of darkness related stuff there as well. So yeah, need to equip the sword again. Alright, it's all good. And we'll switch. And then there's also the stuff with the Demon Prince arena and then like the Drag Heap. Hey, and now we're into Miracles. Sweet. Hey, just in time. Welcome back to the stream as always. Nice to have you. Felipe said, you kind of took the desert as the true state of the world and that the Ring City magic was corrupting it into the Drag Heap. Yes, I think it was Candidate who might have said it first, but he thinks that the part with like Villianor's Rest is kind of the equivalent of how the state of the world is in the intro of Dark Souls 3, because it doesn't seem to match up with any other location that we get just because of like the proximity of Lothric to everything else. So I think that was a really cool idea. I'm not entirely sure how much on board with it I am myself, but it's definitely interesting to think about. And then Justin said, the Abyss existed in the Ringed City since the beginning. The armor was forged in it. Yeah, and that's also a good point. And Felipe says, yeah, you guess the Abyss was just not as obvious, but it's there. Yeah. So when we compare like the Abyss that we see in the Ringed City to stuff like New Londo or like the arena with the Four Kings, it's not as straightforward. If anything, like I would say that kind of stuff is almost more similar to what you get in like the Intended Graves, but whether or not that's technically the Abyss is a bit out there as well. I mean, I think it should go without much saying that it probably should be considered similar to some extent there. Here we go. Boulder Spew. That's just normal. Snake. Pretty cool. I didn't pay attention what our last pyromancy was. Oh, heal aid. That makes sense. Okay. And Boulder Spew. Okay, so those are all the pyromancies there. It's a little bit annoying attuning all this magic, but I mean, it's what we gotta do. Justin says, you think Villianor is holding up a giant illusion similar to Gwendolyn? Yeah, I think that's probably true. Either that, or it could be like we're like in her dreams. It's really weird. I think this one might be the large one. I might have screwed that up. Oh, maybe not. Okay. That's cool. This should be the normal heal again. Okay. Should be that. Okay, good. Do our next set of miracles here. Need Tears of that. I'll just leave that there. Sleep says, your guess is the Dreg Heap is a time and space distortion caused by Philinore's spell to preserve the Ringed City. Katie said, speaking of the crystals, they're very similar to the Dark Gems, and their description says that they're infused with disembodied humanity. Yes, I agree with that. And Emlyn says to Justin, you don't think it's an illusion because she vanishes from her spot in the church when she touched the egg? You think it's more like a time leap. And then Justin asks, why would Shira be dead in both the past and the future? Felipe said, a distortion in time and space artificially preserving the Ringed City against time itself. I think that's probably the most likely reading, but it is also weird that we can go back to the past version of the Ringed City then. And so that kind of thing is also hard to try to tie into the lore. It could be true, and they just might not have wanted to like lock people out of an area, but I could also see FromSoft not caring if they did lock people out of an area sometimes. Max said, the Abyss is the reverse of the fire/light, so it's definitely there. If we let the fire die out, the Abyss will be the norm. Justin says, don't forget the Parting Flame has unique synergy with Pyromancy. Okay. I mean, I am using or at least I was using the Parting Flame. Emlyn says, just in time because she time traveled after you to kill you. Felipe says, yeah, but the ludonarrative dissonance makes it hard to judge. Agreed. And Emlyn says, we have time traveled by the bonfire from Dark Souls 1. I mean, it's a bit weird how, like, the time travel works. Like, going through the Abyss, since, like, light is essentially time, it does make sense that if you go through, like, a dark place, that time isn't going to affect it normally. But the stuff with Philionor is kind of hard to grasp overall. That's kind of cool. So those are the 4 right there. So next. Sometimes you have to make decisions that contradict the lore for the gameplay purpose. It's not easy to see when it's the case, though. Yeah, that's one of the things that I wish, even if it was for gameplay, that they could have at least tried to explain it a little bit better. Yeah, the Sekiro time travel is another giant pile of contradictions. Yes and no. I mean, I know what you mean by that, but Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could always interpret the entire game kind of being in his mind, but I digress. 80 says, since when that's weird to travel in time in Dark Souls, did you all forget the DLC in Dark Souls 1? Nope. Actually, let's try that one differently. There we go, that looked a little bit better. Good enough. I don't really care. Let me switch out the spells again. Oregon. Alright. Hades, or Felipe says Sekiro memory is giant pile of contradictions. Justin said, why would breaking Filianor's sleep speed up time? It could be that she might have been containing the light of things, or maybe... Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, her little egg thing is kind of like what a vagrant looks like. It looks like the transposing kiln almost on the inside. So she could have been like holding souls back inside of it, or like transforming the souls of the Ringed City into something different. It's really weird. Like the ash stuff doesn't make a ton of sense. I have idly wondered whether or not like all of the ash of her Filianor's rest area was contained within it, but just like the difference in the geography is really hard to come to terms with overall. Felipe said, seems it's not that weird. It's time to travel in time, but that the rules are hard to grasp. Seems like every time travel has different effects. You don't think time just catches up? You think time just catches up? You aren't going into the future, but the real present she was holding back. Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent way to read it, but I don't know if it's true. That was weird. Oh, there's like a little other looking like thing. Were they always there? I'm confused. Eamon says, it is difficult and you might have a slight advantage at the moment of Saints. That one totally clipped through the ground there, which is unfortunate. Let's try that again. No, okay, we're... It's kind of cool. You switched around. I wonder if the chime influences the bells. Let me see. It's both miracles and sorceries. So. Oh, it does change. Well, now I want to look at all of them. Interesting. So I think Kaitha's and Billionor sound the same. I don't really think that's relevant whatsoever. I'm just a little bit curious. Now I am curious about the hair, though. If that's going to make a noise. Hmm. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go back up here. You guys are going off for a moment? Okay. Let me attune again. And then I'll catch up with y'all. Philippe says, you can't really know it for sure since the games rarely say what's happening. Justin says, Shira is apparently looking for you for a very long time. Those probably you were in the stasis with Villanor. Katie says, it's a miracle. She believed that her father will awake, therefore time couldn't pass because of that. When she sees you instead, the miracle is broken and time goes to where it should have been. Philippe says, all we really know is that we see two very distinct features, one with the Dreg Heap, the killing of the first flame in the Ring City, the second being nothing but a desert. Also seems like in the desert timeline, even darkness is running dry. It's not a world ruled by the dark, it's just nothing. Maybe something close to the original world before the flame where neither light nor dark existed. Dustin says, we see Lothric still intact during Gale's feature, so the two can still exist together. Katie says, darkness is probably all within Gale and will be unleashed in the painting. Justin says, yeah, without the flame you can't have dark. Philippe says, progress already? Well, Philippe, welcome to the stream. We've already beaten the game. Right now, I was just waiting to get all of the sorceries and miracles to gain the footage of using them to see what they're like. So, no, we're not going to progress. And then the other Philippe says, because darkness can only exist as a contrast to light. Emlyn says, you wouldn't use the word intact for that. Compared to literal dust, it's in pretty good condition. And without light, you can't have shadows. Lothric Castle's in ruins, but now the distorted ruins of the heap, something more banal. Alright, Philippe Sabo, thank you, and I hope you have a nice evening as well. What am I doing? Okay, not that. So that's like emit force. That's Hadoken. Sigurd used that against us. That Wrath of the Gods, that was actually pretty cool. It's a way of white Corona disc. Arrow. Cool. This will be back to the beginning. Okay. Those are all those. Tune spells. Lightning Spear, Great Lightning Spear, Sunlight Spear, Lightning Strike, Lightning Storm. Okay, lots of lightning. Gonna be cool. And Felipe says, you do like time travel in Souls, especially when you go into the future in 3. The Dark Souls is a series without a world dying, so it's nice to see its endpoint. Justin asks, do you think the pus of men in the Dreadkeep is undergoing metamorphosis? It still bleeds, so it's alive. Oh yeah, I don't think... No, we did hit that, didn't we? I don't know. I feel like it might be in the same kind of state as like the Watchdog of Farron Legion, where it's just dead and kind of dormant. So it might be in like a hollow state for a pus of man, maybe? I don't know. It is kind of weird to think about just because dragons aren't alive, but they live. It's weird. Like they're mineral beings, so they exist despite everything. There's kind of a chime despite everything. Cool. So that's the first one. Okay, that'll be good enough for those. You switch these around. Damn it. So what did we finish off with? Okay. Lightning Blade. Dark Moon Blade. Magic Barrier. Oh. Felipe says, you don't even know what Pus of Man is? You mean you know what the enemy is, but you don't know what it is in the lore. So the Pus of Men seems to form into wyverns out of the darkness within mankind, essentially. Emlyn said, Justin, while it is indeed not dust, it is a ruin just like Anor Londo that we also see in the desert. Justin says, dragons can breed, right? They gotta have blood then. I think we do see the dragons bleed. At the very least, like, we can remove their tails. As for them breeding... Or were we asking if they can bleed and not breed? Well, as for breeding, we do know that they have, like, descendants. I don't know whether or not... necessarily had to be, like, intersexual based, or if it's, like, a asexual reproduction. Felipe said, honestly, after seeing the Pus of Man in the Gundyr fight in the first area, you're kind of disappointed that it doesn't play a role in the story. You think the dragons you see in the game are supposed to be devolved? They have fallen from their true forms. The dragons that we see in here, with the exception of like the descendants of the ancient ones, like all of the Pus of Men wyverns, are products of man, and that becomes more obvious when you get to the Lothric Highwall. And in order to kill those wyverns, you need to kill the Pus of Men within them. So that was kind of cool. Katie said, the only time you use Wrath of Gods is with the Slayer. Everywhere else it's better to use Thunder or not Miracles. Emlyn says, there's a philosophy idea that an immortal is not alive because it can't die. You think that's what they talk about with the dragons? Yeah. Like, they're not living or dead. They're completely separate. They're amortal. But, yeah. Because even when we look at the dragon head shields, they say, like, a dragon perishes not. And even, like, the heads are still alive, technically. Felipe says, the only true dragon we meet is the Everlasting Dragon, and he's quite different from the other ones. Justin said, Seath made Shira and dragons breed into drakes and gaping. Now, what are we doing? Did I do that? There we go. That's like the JoJo pose. Wait, that really used all of it? Okay. Oh no, I need to equip the weapon. I forgot what I put on. Showing that off. Dark Moonblade. The Great Magic Barrier. Okay. Do this from the angle again. Oh. Okay, so that should be all of those. Justin said, okay, that one. Philippe says, the main idea probably was that the dragons were immortal until light and dark came into being. Then decay started to affect them and they had to hide. The world before the flame was stagnant, only grey fog, dragons, and arc trees, but the world after the flame is always changing because it's alive, and then that means dying. Yeah, I pretty much agree with a lot of that. Great Magic Barrier, Dark Blade, Vow of Silence, and then Dead Again. I don't know if Dead Again conjures a corpse to begin with. I'd be a little bit doubtful of that. Great Magic Barrier. Damn it, why did I do that? Oh, this one's Dark Blade. Okay. Silence. Oh, we can't cast because we used Vow of Silence, duh. That's funny. Ellen says, you have a headcanon that Gaping is Heath's mom and he put her through torture so she would know the pain she inflicted on him by his birth? Oh, that's one hell of a headcanon. Justin says, dragons being immortal is such a scam. Not only did Gwyn pierce their scales, but a stick pierced both the black dragon Calamari and Sin the coughing dragon. Felipe says, that interpretation is not compatible with the cycle in 2, though. 3 kept the cycle but made it unsustainable, even with the cycle times running out. Katie says, descendants of the dragons like Medir, Wyvern, and the everlasting dragon must have been created after the flame and have souls. We don't see true ancient dragons because they need the change to survive. Immortal does not mean invincible. True dragons can only live where the light and dark cannot reach. And Justin says, you think everyone's immortal? Katie said, We don't see the true ancient dragons because they need to change to survive, like the gods. Ones who refuse to change, like Gwyn, died, while ones who adapted, like Velka, thrive. Oh, that one's the dead one. Okay. I'm not going to worry about that one too much then. Atonement, deep protection, gnaw, Doris is gnawing, and then a life on scythe. The theme of accepting a changing world is pretty big in Dark Souls. I agree with that. So as far as Justin saying you think everyone's immortal, I mean, you're not entirely wrong. The thing is, like, it's more like the soul is immortal as opposed to like the individual, or like the human, I guess. Let me put my HUD back on. Okay. I like how the blood seeps out of Gnaw. So yeah, going back to one of your questions earlier, Felipe, when we use these like gnawing spells, we see that there is kind of blood associated with like dark souls and dark magics at least. So at least there was some semblance of it before the DLC. It's a shame you can't combo that into something cooler. Go with the deep protection again. Alright, so those are all of the spells in the game, now that we've got footage of. Except for like the weird ones like Report and the Dead Body one. What's it called? Dead Again. So now we can go to Rosaria and then change up our build again. Just to get some of that dialogue of like what'll happen if we continue to change. Felipe says, a lot of the game is not to let the current state of the world throw you into despair. As long as there's even a spark of life, it's worth going through. That's a fair point. I feel like that kind of gets turned on its head with the ending of 3, where I feel like the more canonical style endings are learn when to let go, which is kind of ironic considering how much the game makes you persevere through hardships. Alright. Even the body's immortal. Either it turns into a tree or it becomes a Merkman drag. Well, I don't think you'd say it's like immortal. Like, there is like cycles of life and death, I guess, and rebirth. Speaking of which... But I understand what you're saying. Like, it's kind of like a more of a Buddhist thing that, like, even though like the individual perishes, like the form of them continues on in some ways. That's kind of hard to talk about, though. Felipe says, the fight with Gale follows that thesis even at the very end of it all, when there's nothing left but the last drops of the Dark Soul. Two people are still giving the greatest fight of their lives. Emlyn said, you just got it from Gaping seeming to be singled out. I don't think Gaping is singled out. I mean, there's also Calamite, Midir, as far as like other dragons that are affected by disparity. Felipe said, what are you testing here? I was just getting footage of the different spells, essentially. Hearing Gnaw without ha 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 feels weird. The Gale fight has a big reference to the final fight between Pegasus and Hades and Saint Seiya. The bodies are mortal, but souls keep migrating between them. Felipe says, yeah, you do not agree that the dark ending probably should be taken as the canon one. Living life to the most is not incompatible with letting go in the NDU. Okay. Do I need to do anything? No, okay. I'm just... Wait, what's R3? Oh. It's a little bit annoying that they don't give us the option to do 10 at a time. Check our weight. Actually, this is pretty lightweight, things considered. Spirit Tree, Dragon. That could be changed with the ring. I don't know. That'd be good enough for just the bastard sword style build. Okay, I'm not too worried about that then. Why am I doing attunement? Not trying to do attunement. Could just go quality style. Why not, right? Screw it. Pump it all into strength. No, it's really bad. Further rebirth is not possible during this lifetime. Persisting will transform you into a grub. Honestly, I feel like this dialogue right here is, I mean, it's not really dialogue, but this little box right here is probably the most indicative of what is going on with like continuing to link the flame. It's continuing to make the world get kind of reborn in the same image over and over, and eventually it causes the world to turn into the equivalent of a man grub. Put on the great shield again. Oh, yeah, we didn't even use this one on this. Owl ring. Then like the milkweed, not milkweed, the skewering ring. Okay, so that's pretty much that. Alright everybody, so that's pretty much all of the footage I think we needed, other than me going into New Game Plus and fighting Crichton and the Blondor Pale Shade. So I'm not sure what trophies I'm actually missing for. Well, it's probably related to getting the boss souls. Those. Are all trophies? So we're missing the rings. And then the gestures? Oh, that's kind of funny. What ring am I missing? So I think the only one that I'm missing is, I don't know if it's cut content, it was Yours ring? But okay, I digress. I'll catch up with you guys. And I don't even know what gestures I'm missing. Didn't even think about those as possible for the trophies. Justin says, the Dark Lord ending is the most likely since it has the most references. You don't think Seath experimented on gaping? As far as Seath experimenting on gaping, it is interesting that there is the little channeler next to him throughout the fight, if you don't kill it. Philippe said, you don't know if you misspoke or misread, but you said you think that the dark ending is the canon one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I might have misread it then. My apologies. Oh, you do agree. Okay, yeah. I totally misread that, so that's on me. Thank you. Emlyn said, no, you mean singled out by Seath as an experiment. The other dragons get it naturally by coming into contact with the dark. Gaping seems to have been fed on purpose. Seath experiments were almost all about immortality, but he was also like experimenting on like trying to become a dragon. So there is the possibility. I don't know how I feel about it entirely. Justin says the transformation is due to its gluttony, which if we look at Smo or Aldrich, does change people. Agree there. Katie says, with how much souls you've gained from these shields, you could probably have 99 of every stat. Aldrich might be more than gluttony. There's the idea that Aldrich was chasing more than sustenance. He ate to gather knowledge. And a lot of his lore focus on his visions of the Age of the Deep. With the rings, you need all of the versions, so +1, +2, and +3. Oh, that's going to be annoying as crap. Okay. Thank you. Justin says, summoning the NPCs gives emotes. Henri and Pale Shade and Pontiff's boss gives emotes. Okay. So that's kind of annoying. Katie says, going back to Lothic, you've noticed two things concerning none other than Pontiff. One, his statue wears the robe of prayer. Two, his knight is guarding the spell for a scholar. Let me go back to Sullivan's Arena. And then, like, the Aldrich place. And then we'll go to, like, the Church of Philionor. Just to look at those statues real quick before we end out the stream for today. So yeah, we can't exactly see the legs. That doesn't necessarily mean it is Gwendolyn or it's not Gwendolyn. But I think the statue is supposed to represent it just because of how it's made. Let's try this angle. Might be a bit better. We do see a version where they actually hold like the gold ritual, not ritual spears, staffs, whatever they're called. But I mean, that does have the same shape. Oh yeah, I need to allocate those again differently. I don't even think this is plus 10 because this is a completely different character. So where we're gonna go next? We're gonna go to the Aldrich place, then we'll see Filianor. It wouldn't surprise me if I have my gank squad in here still. I just ran past them. I don't have my silver cat ring on, so that's a little bit of a mishap waiting to happen. So we did get rid of the gank squad. Oh, that was my note. I was like, wait a second. Why is there a note here? I'm offline. Check the water with the torch in Aldrich's room. It has the same effect as Medeir's water. I mean, I'm sure you're not talking about this room. I mean, you might be. I'll check it out. So you must mean the actual room with Aldrich. Okay. So this one doesn't seem to be holding the staffs at all. Anything, I feel like the robes are almost more similar to Gwendolyn's. I mean, it could be a different woman. The hands are kind of weird. I can't believe you can't use cast light and actually keep the light when you use the binoculars. That makes looking at stuff like this a real pain. Without like hacking or something. So this dude probably also has blood in him. Nope, he's just stone. Where are we going? On Filianor's church. Felipe says, gathering the lore will be tricky as this game is rewritten multiple times from what you heard. Tracing back lost lore can be contradictory as it may reference an older form of the story. You guess Bloodborne also has that? Yeah. So sometimes, like, when that stuff does happen, you can pretty much just see what direction they were trying to go with. And it doesn't exactly help understanding the final version of the game super well, but I mean, sometimes it can help. Let's go downstairs again. To the front of the church. Let's check over here. Nothing. That just goes to the same spot. So this symbol was on the like little statues in Irithyll that we just ran past, right by like all of the giants. I don't think that's super important though. Yeah, when we look at that figure of a woman, it's the same one as in the place where we just saw. I mean, it's not exactly the same because this one actually holds the staff. But at least like the little pleats on the skirt are the same. It's actually there's there. Get a better look at the staff there. Yeah, the only way I could see that is kind of being related to the ritual spear fragments. And if I remember correctly, those kind of look like... No, this one isn't it. Is it the Covenant item then? No, definitely not that. So it reminds me of the Dark Moon Catalyst, and I'll try to pull a picture of that up. Okay, I was thinking of the Golden Ritual Spear, so almost right. There it is. So it's kind of hard to show off. So I think this is it, and this is what Gwendolyn's weapon was in Dark Souls 1, and it's like obviously melted down. And when we look at item description itself, damn it. It says, a ritual spear presented to Dark Moon Knights before Sullivan claimed the title of Pontiff, can also be used as a staff. Sorceries cast using this weapon channel the wielder's faith. So I think that's pretty much as close as we're going to get to looking at this. So I think that's what that staff is supposed to be, and so I do think this is supposed to be a representation of Gwendolyn, and if not, it's still probably most likely related to the Dark Moon, and could be what the people think that the goddess of the moon is. But I digress. Justin says, Gertrude and the Winged Knights were completely abandoned, so was Lothric Queen. You find it so bizarre that both Filianor and Yorshka are the hidden children of Gwyn, and both are associated with spears. That's kind of my thoughts in a nutshell relating to that. Oh yeah, and then, since we're over here, I don't think if I ever did show off whether or not Filianor was absent, but might as well. Sleep says, you wonder what Aldrich's and Sullivan's relationship was. So it is strange because at least in the Japanese, it sounds like Sullivan offered up Gwendolyn to Aldrich. So it almost sounds like he'd be like subordinate to him. But we don't really get signs of that in the game. Both for or against it, really. Pontiff needs a trash can. Oh yeah, and then we could go to Aldrich's room. So yeah. When we do come here now, Filianor is gone. And they could have left her here and like kind of had her function similarly to what may be like the corpse of Priscilla in the end of the Painted World. I mean, I guess you could say like Filianor might not have been here to begin with, and like this illusion could have been from her dream or something, and she was always at the end of the world. I don't know. and this isn't really related to much of anything, but recently I was kind of wondering whether or not the little like symbol of a vowel could have been related to the Titanite demons if you just like took out like the middle bar, and it would have just kind of like left the spot missing for like how their little weapons looked, or the thing on their back. And I don't believe that at all for a second. I'm just like, oh, this is a random thought that I just had, and I'm just kind of sharing it. Alright, so let's go back to Aldrich's arena. Aldrich is a useful idiot who devours anyone in the Pontiff's way. I mean, you might not be wrong, especially way after the fact, but you'd almost think that he'd want to use the authority. Or he could have just used him as the idiot to get rid of Gwendolyn for him to like cement his authority. It is kind of annoying though that if we do go into the future, like we don't get any other news of like Pontiff Sullivan. I don't see the same effect as Midir's arena. Like, I mean, you can see the skeletons beneath it, but the water itself, I don't see, like, ghosts in it. Kind of. Wait, now I kind of do. Like, over there. Okay, yeah. Well, it's a little bit different, I guess, overall. So instead of, like, people, they're more like just skeletons and maggots. Midir's is more pronounced that it's like people on the inside, though. Okay. Justin says, why would Pontiff tell Aldrich bedtime stories of Priscilla? So I think, like, that came as a product of him eating the soul of Gwendolyn. Which is kind of weird, but... Bobo says, just from glancing at the stream when you look out... When you took out the torch, you thought it was a pyroflame, which is weird because pyroflames can't work like torches. Rody, hello, you said, hey, just found your channel. You love how you go into details with lore and how much of the chat contributes to the discussion and the lore throughs. Will I stream Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2 in the future? It's funny you should ask that because the answer is yes. Starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will begin a lore through of Dark Souls 1. So if you get the chance to join us, please do so. Okay.
Pretty be careful, I don't.
That's all of that. And then Phobos is saying, and the spell for light is sorcery, not even miracles either, just FromSoft things, you guess. I mean, it does kind of make sense. Like, at least with the Ulasil, they were doing, like, the golden sorceries. In the time of the Witch of Izalith, they did flame sorceries. So, one of the thoughts that I've had, of course, that I've mentioned before on stream is, I wonder if pyromancy is more directly related as being a product of the dark sign. And that's why, like, they didn't have it beforehand. Oh yeah, I was gonna, like, level this up. But I guess that's kind of silly if I'm just going to reload the game. Pontiff probably follows Aldrich's dream through the Age of the Deep, though you're not sure what that is. Justin says, you think it's more likely Pontiff told Aldrich of Priscilla since Pontiff is connected to the Painted World? Is the Deep the Abyss or something else entirely? I think it's different for many reasons, and so hopefully my next video I'll actually go into that. But Justin says, Deep is a real thing, it's where the Mercmen come from. So yeah. To finish off the stream, I'll go into Midir's arena again, just to show off the little effects of the ghosts in there. Where are we at? And then I took off the torch like an idiot, of course. So when we look down at first, you can't really see too much. So let's pull out our handy dandy torch. Said pull out our handy dandy torch. Yeah, so it is a similar effect to the Aldrich stuff. I Thought you could see like more skulls in it though. But yeah, you can see it like at the bottom right there. But it's kind of hard to make out. But it also flows a lot faster here, and it's a lot more like blood colored. Cool stuff overall though. Maybe go into a spot with a bit more like skeletons to show it off. So it's similar overall, and it is kind of interesting that it does have like the maggot look. So maybe they are the same, and I just didn't see the skull. Now I kind of want to go back. Yeah, and you really can't see that at all until you pull out the torch. It's pretty trippy. But that might tie into just the whole idea of the blood or the individual being within the blood. Go back. Aldrich. Show that off a little bit more. Justin says, is this the deep? I don't think so. I feel like the deep is where things stagnate and they can't like surface up again. And it becomes more polluted and corrupt, essentially. Sleep says, it seems like this is a river where all the corpses flow. Well, it is like underneath the wow, what's it called? Underneath like the abyssal swamp. So it does make sense that like a lot of the things would stagnate and fall down there. So yeah, this is a similar effect. I don't know if it's exactly the same because I don't really see like the little skull face that I look out for. But either case, it's a lot slower. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it is the same effect. So the skull's like right by my hand on the left. Okay, so it is the same effect. So I was totally wrong a second ago, which is fine. Just because it was going so slowly made it look a little bit different. And you can still kind of make out a little bit of it here. It's just a little bit brighter, which is fine. Okay. It is stagnant here. You don't think the deep is related to the Ringed City? I don't think so directly either. Alright, everybody, so that's pretty much all the footage that we needed for the Dark Souls 3 lore through, I believe. I mean, we might get some more later on, but in either case, I'll probably do that off stream. So once again, starting tomorrow, we will begin the Dark Souls 1 lore through at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If y'all can join me, I'd appreciate it. If not, I understand. And I hope you all will stay well until next time. So, take care.